beginning in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, the black belts are off. We are playing with the classic NES, regular NES cartridge on my regular NES top loader. So you notice some slight slowdown if you are used to playing a randomizer. But other than the slower walking speed, the slower punching speed, and having to buy heal potions one at a time, it is going to be a pretty similar experience. Alright, salami sticks are on everybody, and we are going to go hunt some imps. I'm looking to probably get level 3 before Garland. This means we're going to need a bunch of imp kills here. Of course, starting off with our 5 imp strike first, because the last time I used this cartridge was when we got the 3:14:00 single segment time. So it had finished off with a chaos kill and thus reset back to the factory RNG. Stream, are there any variations between the punch mages? Well, the guaranteed stat for black belts is vitality. So they're going to have a lot of HP, and there will be some variation still because their strong level ups will have a random factor, but all their weak level ups will be exactly the same. They will have different amounts of strength bonuses, and those are really the only two things we care about for the most part. So slight differences in the strength of an individual punch, very, very slight differences in hit points. They'll always have the same number of attacks per round at a given level, and they'll always have the same amount of magic defense at a given level, assuming that we don't class change, but there is no reason whatsoever for this party to class change. I will probably still go to Ordeals though. I've got a split for it so that I can pick up the Zeus Gauntlet and an early gold bracelet. But they don't actually need class change. In fact, they are hurt by it, because they will lose their magic defense growth after doing so. Do white mages and red mages have one stat that always goes up? No. Fighter gets strength, black belts gets vitality, thief gets luck, black mage gets intelligence. But red mages and white mages don't have, like, a focus stat. They're a little bit more balanced in terms of having significantly more hit points than a black mage has. Red mage especially has a little bit more strength than the other mages, but they're more of an all-around stat type. Nintendo Power said black belt class change turns them into death incarnate. Nintendo Power said a lot of things. Nintendo Power said that thieves were a good idea to have, and that is indeed very incorrect. I think what you should learn from this is to never trust Nintendo Power. They are just trying to sell you more minutes on their Nintendo Power help hotline when you start sobbing in the corner from having your 4 thieves. Alright, Ace may be checking out here. Unlucky with the ambush, but we'll have pretty soon come up level 2 for most of our team. And the main reason I am getting a couple levels here prior to Garland is just because we're going to do so little damage versus him that it is actually a real pain taking Garland out at the start. Once you get past Garland though, you get access to a whole bunch of upgrades, particularly the iron nunchucks, to go pick those up. And they'll last me another couple of levels before they get obsoleted. Rotate around. Dan is now our party leader. I told you mistakes would be made tonight. Masmin on the white mage. Assuming that you have 4 white mages, that is a viable strategy. If you have 4 white mages, or if you have white mages and black mages exclusively, then it is indeed correct to put the Masmin on the white mage. Is Garlic gonna knock the black belts down? He probably would. At level 1 here. They just don't have enough defense or offense to be able to tank through that fight. Unlike the fighter and red mage, you get chainmail at the start and have 15 absorb. Black belt's sitting at 1. Now they're at 2 absorb. Takes them a while to get really in the groove for punching things, but once they get into the probably like the early to mid-teens, that's when they start becoming good. How long would a solo thief run take the rest of your life, Clearmind? You would in fact die before the end of it, but we would still count it as within your lifetime. Have I ever played any of the Kingdom Hearts series? The only one that I've done speedruns for, Wild Roger, is Birth by Sleep. So I really enjoyed speedrunning that game for the pathways through there. Aqua's a really fun character to play, and I did enjoy speedrunning that. I did the original, well, not the original, but the PS3, before they had the HD remake of Birth by Sleep, and at some point it'd be neat to get back to it, because the HD version significantly sped the game up, and it was down from like an hour 15 minutes to like 55 minutes the last time I checked on the length of the speedrun for those. So I think it'd be kind of cool to do some more of it. Did I roll this or did I choose this out of it? I chose 4 black belts. I was talking about 4 fighters or 4 red mages. And the reason I decided to go for 4 black belts is because I was kind of unhappy with the time that I had. The last time I did 4 black belts, which was 7 hours, 15 minutes, I think 6.5 hours is probably reasonable for this. No, Ace! Missing out on another chunk of experience there. He was in the back. How did the imps go after him? Probably Dan's poor leadership skills has caused this. Are they good or goodish? At level 15, they're good-ish. By the time they hit like high teens, then they become really good. It's like the way to think about black belts is they are almost thief-like at the start of the game. Like, they are really awful. And then around level 10 or so, they become more like red mage fighting. Level 15, they get like fighter fighting. Level 20 to 25, they become like knight level fighting. And past level 25, they become machines. Individual war mechs destroying all enemies in front of them. Would Thief get the Masmin over the White Mage? No, the Thief shouldn't be in any party whatsoever, Joe Felipe. Not even if you were really desperate and had no choice. You should just play with nobody instead of thieves. Hey there, Coach Day, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day here. You can see the vast difference between randomizer, where a single battle gets you like 2 or 3 level ups at the start of the game, and what the base game does, where you've got a solid 15 or 20 minutes grinding imps to get level 3. This is what people that played Final Fantasy back in the day were used to. Their first entire day playing the game was nothing but grinding imps to beat Garland. And then grinding like wolves to go into the Marsh Cave. Hopefully. In one day, we will be done and at our well-deserved rest. Back in the present by the time that we wrap up here. There's a way to grind faster black belts would be great. Yeah, the thing about black belts is that if you had somebody to carry them through the early game, this would be a really fast character class. Like if you went with a party that was basically meant to be sacrificed, and you had like a fighter, a red mage, maybe a white mage, and a black belt, those type of parties can do really well. Because they've got somebody in the early game that's very good, can get you to the point where you can actually pick up like silver bracelets or other things for your black belts, and then the black belt just goes solo and crushes everything and becomes a monster and can carry the team in the late game. And that's one of the reasons why like a party with a black belt in it, assuming that you know how black belts work and you don't try and put weapons on them in the late game, is actually like a really, really viable one. And it's a little bit more of an expert party just because you have to understand how they work and you have to get through the early game and its frustrations. But you have like this additional kind of cool value that makes them more interesting than some of the other party mixes. Hey Tech Ambito, no GBA version, that was for the 4 white mages. 4 white mages on NES takes me about 10 hours, and that's a little bit too long to do in a single sitting. Unless I really want to spend my whole day doing something. 4 black belts, I am targeting 6.5 hours. Hopefully, we can get it done in one night tonight. I feel pretty good about 4 black belts. Like, probably worst case is 7 hours. Black belt red mage works pretty well. Yeah, red mage, because they have access to a lot of good spells and not too late compared to the pure caster classes. They're losing 1 level to get that fire 2 lit 2, which is super critical. They can really help the black belts out, and plus fast is a very nice buff to have. And you only need a couple casts of it to really make a big difference. The revivals are great to have. But I think the black belts, once they get buff, we'll be doing some tremendous things here. Beating up Old Man Wild Roger, I hopefully wish that you have considered this thoroughly and do plan to take their walking sticks. They are kind of useful. Hey, Bowser Cup, welcome in. And Burt Reynolds, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub there. One of the things that will be nice about 4 black belts is that most of our boss strategies are going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to involve a whole lot of punching. Probably should be up in the northern zone trying to grab Grimps. keeping track of where we are in the encounter cycle in the early game's a lot more of a pain. But it would be worthwhile to make this grind faster. Grimps and wolves are decent targets. Mad ponies are actually pretty dangerous because we don't have much defense. And the mad pony will absolutely trample you as a black belt or a mage early on. Even as a thief with 4 defense, it's not really enough to be safe. You gotta have a fighter or a red mage to take those things on early. Hey Thalfin, welcome in. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend here. And are excited about some salami. Looks like Dan can maybe survive one more battle. Hopefully getting close to having level 3 on the team. I know Ace is back a little bit because of an early mishap. That's about, a 10 imp difference right now between Ace and the other party members. 10 imps, I assure you, is a mere fraction of an Agama when it comes to late game experience. Hey there, BD Jeffy P. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. Solo Black Belt I found to be actually pretty fun. Of all the solo character classes, Solo Black Belt I thought was the easiest. Because a high-level Black Belt, level 50 Black Belt is just going to absolutely crush things in the late game. And doesn't have to worry nearly as much about the repercussions. Now they started off super slow, but late game was incredibly easy. Fighter was a little bit more balanced, going from a very easy start up through maybe a slightly more difficult ending than the Black Belt, but not too bad. Level 50 Knight is also pretty strong. It doesn't require any stat manipulations. Red Mage, the last of the easy classes to do solo. And then the hard classes, like Solo White Mage, Solo Black Mage, they were painful to do. I guess even Solo Red Mage need a little bit of stat help. But nothing like what Solo White and Black Mage had to do. Yeah, maximum hits on a black belt. Because they have their innate doubling, which stacks with fast, goes completely crazy. They just barely miss getting another additional attack. So level 42 they cap out. That's probably what I will target for 1, maybe 2 people on the team. I'm thinking about doing an asymmetric black belt group here. And essentially having 1 or 2 of the black belts significantly higher levels than the rest. And using the others as a meat shield for the later part of the journey. And there's just such an intense curve of power the black belts go through. As they get more attacks per round, as their fists get stronger, it goes really crazy for that black belt power curve. And so it's much better to have 1 person with 4 times as many levels as it is to have 4 low-level black belts. Does Fast and Temper stack? If Temper worked in the original version of the game, it would. Temper actually has a much bigger impact for black belts because they have a relatively weak amount of damage on their hits until they get super high level. And they already have a lot of hits attempted. So they benefit from their base attack power getting increased. Much more so. than a knight who has a big beefy weapon on. The same true for masters. Masters are a figment of your imagination, Bosa Cup. Never class change a black belt. Okay, there's level 3, so we get 1 additional absorb, which is not a big deal. We get a little bit more attack power, which is hopefully going to be useful. And unfortunately, level 3 doesn't get you another chunk of HP, because that'd be really helpful to have on the Garland fight. Speaking of Garland, I think I'm going to leave the salami sticks on for that battle, just because Garland has enough absorb that probably our fists would be mostly ineffective. Just getting our level up here for Ace, should be really, really soon. And then we will head to the temple. Because the best strength rolls will get the honor of the 42 grind as long as it's not Dan. We will probably use a system like that. Zombies better than imps. Even the imps are not really all that great. I'd probably, if I wanted to be super serious about this, dip for all of the Grimps and Wolves early on. They're both relatively easy to beat and give you more experience per minute than the regular imps do. Regular imps are mostly for my laziness for not wanting to track the encounters until we get to Provoca. Here we go, Ace level 3, all set there. Grab a couple of heal potions. But it's not like the black belts have really much else to spend their money on. Maybe 1 tent for Garland here. Shouldn't be anything poisonous along the way. Alright, good enough for right now. Let's see if we can punch out a knight. Hey there, Top Music Man. Tonight we are doing 4 black belts on the original NES. Hopefully this will also get done in a single sitting here. Last time I did this, it was a little bit more than 7 hours, and I broke it up into 2 parts. But my goal is to hopefully have a slightly faster time getting through it. At the time for the 4 white mages last night, it was 6:15 or so. That's with a war mech and also with getting the extra ribbon out of Hellfire Chasm. So I felt pretty good about the overall speed of it. Tent up, and let's see what we can do here. Garland, we're coming for you. Good start right there by the ace critical. That's almost half of his health down. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna go pretty good. I was worried the black belts at these levels would struggle a bit, but I think I could have done this at level 2. Save myself some pain. Level 2 just get a little bit more hit points for the team. There we go. 1 bridge and 1 musical instrument acquired. Four White Mages, that was 20 hours. 4 Mages on NES is about 10 hours. I think Solo White Mage was longer than 20. I remember that one being certainly an adventure. Thinking about both Solo White Mage, Solo Black Mage, and I guess Solo Thief, if I ever do that, is that you have to manipulate all of your level ups. So you're going to reset a whole bunch trying to get the perfect level ups for your vitality points, for your strength points, getting good rolls on the HP gains as well. And so it's not just the grind, which is super tough to begin with, but the fact that on top of the grind, you also have to reset a whole bunch of levels, and you can't even like take a level and hold it. You've only got 1 save slot on Final Fantasy. So you either give up the level forever, or you take it forever, and there is no way to go back. You know what? I can probably kill an iguana. If I can't kill an iguana, then we're definitely not going to have any luck with ogres for a while. Okay, 43, about half the iguana's health. That's not too bad then. Formula for the black belt's strength is unarmed. Yeah, level equals damage. The black belt gets a point of damage on their fists for every level up, and also a point of armor. So if a black belt is weaponless and armorless, then their level pretty much determines their stats entirely. I don't think creep is a good one. Creep's definitely not a good one. So that slight pain. A mostly uneventful walk on the way to Provoca here. I can't remember this not being worthwhile until we get to Elfland for the weapon upgrade. So as soon as I get the boat, and I can get the better weapons from Elfland, that will really help out a bunch, yeah. Both the Iron Staff as well as the Iron Nunchuck are at Elfland. We're gonna go for the Iron Chucks. And those should be mostly good until we hit about level 9 for the Black Belts. At which point they will be barehanded for the rest of time. Hey there, one fine day. How is this gonna work? Punch. Need to defeat enemies? Punch. Need to level up? Punch. Need to heal? Punch. Ow, come on, get some turns in, everybody. Once we start whittling the pirate count down, then we'll get into safer territory. You just want to get early hits in this fight here for the most part. Yeah, it's not too bad. We should be in good shape now to finish him off. Maybe we'll get frame perfect pirates. But this is Dan we're talking about, so probably not. Dribbins mess with the Black Belt's defense, yes. If you have any armor on whatsoever, then you lose the armor bonus from the Black Belt's level up. So once you put ribbons on, you need to do bracelets and pro rings as well. Good experience and good boat. No, don't punch the shark. It will just make it angry. Can you glitch out the black belt's defense? Yes. So there's a bug with how their defense is calculated. It only checks to see if you are barehanded when you level up to decide if it's going to give you the bonus for both armor as well as weapons. And so what you want to do is essentially level up after putting a ribbon on, and then never look at the armor menu again, unless this actually lowers your defense, because it can work both ways. If you got like an opal bracelet on and a pro ring and you're only level 15, then you'll actually lose defense because it'll do level 15 instead of giving you the benefit of all of your equipped items. So it's kind of an unreliable thing. There's the Iron Chuck. Sew back these staves, or sew back the salami, and unfortunately I'm just a tiny bit short of an in trip. So you're gonna have to sail back to provoke without dying here. Hopefully we can do it. They also sell copper bracelets, and if you bought everything for the black belts, oh, this would be a great fight if we weren't trying to fight for our lives right now. If you bought everything for the black belts, they'd have 6 defense, and so it doesn't last very long before it's kind of pointless to have any armor on whatsoever for him. Alright, at least we got out of there. A close shave for the Danster. This version of the game, it's hard to run even if you do have a thief. Running is totally broken, and so your stats actually do not impact your run rate. On the plus side, it means that in the mid to late game, it is easier to run than intended. One of the very, very few bugs that actually works out in your favor in Final Fantasy. Okay, time for some grind. I'm gonna see if we can get some Kaizoku cash here first. And then work on the ogres. How did the 4 white mage run go last night? 6 hours and 15 minutes, Elisackle. I thought it was a pretty respectable performance for the team. Especially considering that we had to spend half an hour farming a war mech. Not so easy to get that guy in the remakes. Okay, the pair of Kaizokus. This is pretty good for a opening here. So I'm not sure if I actually have enough steps to make it all the way to the first ogre fight if I fight the Kaiskus down here. We'll find out. I am just sure it's not a big deal. We will have plenty more ogres to come. Actually, considering the setup for this, probably better to have the individual ogre fights where we can get some level ups and then also some in-trips in between. Let's not even bother with the one at 5-5 here. Nice, Claremind. Hope you enjoy your Final Fantasy playthroughs in the future. I think the GBA version is really, really fun. Like, it has pretty good accessibility still, since the Game Boy player and DS can both play Game Boy games. And it's got almost all the positives of the PSP version. The only thing it's missing is Labyrinth of Time. And, well, it's a cool dungeon. It's not something that most people want to play more than once. Alright, good ogres here so far. I think I'll probably want to get a couple of tents so that we can do some skips and try to get a more lengthy ogre cycle going. Not really all that confident in doing the Grogers quite yet, but we'll get those soon enough. Okay, 7 tents picked up. One nice thing about the black belts is that they have really good evasion due to their complete lack of pants. Makes it very difficult for the monsters to home in on them and make contact. Unfortunately, when they do get hit, they get hit really, really hard, like Dan to the face right there. Alright, level 4 for the team. I'm pretty sure I can get Ogre 1 rank above me, but just in case I'm gonna use a 10th there. So I can skip out of it if it's not the right fight. Good. And double Ogre on top of that. Not gonna run out of inventory space. Well, we do need to have bracelets and pro rings and ribbons for everybody, but yeah, we're only going to probably use 11 of our slots out of the 16, so we can hold on to the black shirt, the Zeus gauntlet, other nice items to do AoEs with and not really worry about having to juggle things around too much. Give it up the level up there, so now we're all leveled up, and let's get our next ogre in. like 600 experience per level up here, so we got a ways to go on these black belts before I think that they are ready to take on some of the more advanced denizens of the monster world here. I would love to see an opportunity to get one of the black belts sold up a bit, so that when we go to Marsh Cave and Astos, we've got somebody that can do serious damage to those two fights. Wow, the missing is real! Dan's many concussions are proving problematic right now. No longer even able to punch straight at the current time. Nice, Jack Owensford. Hope you enjoyed your random entrance run there. I think that's something that if you are not really experienced with it, you probably do need to take a lot of notes. Dan! Ruining my good ogre setup here. It's okay, Dan. We are used to your disappointments. Look at these can't runs piling up. Rough to deal with those guys. Do a solo Dan run. I have done many solo Dan runs and regret it every single one of them. Couple of tents here, probably a good-sized pile of heal potions as well. Technically my priority for doing the ogre fights and then heals for the individual ones, and since there's really nothing to buy for a very long time, we can spend all of our cash on consumable items. We're gonna need a lot of them. Alright, I'll sit up there. Let's go grab some ogres. If you don't manipulate the ogres, you've got like a 1 in 6 or 1 in 8 chance, depending on where you are, of getting the ogre fights here. You're doing lots of low productivity encounters. And you also have to deal with poisonous monsters, which are no fun. So manipulation is actually a pretty important thing for a lot of efficiency reasons here at the start of the game. Once we get later on, though, I'll probably start following along a lot of the older speedrun routes in terms of how to approach dungeons so that we at least have reasonable-ish encounters. Oh, we did not hit the Bicky split. There we go. Just means they're gonna have to wait like 3 hours to get another split now. Hope it's not 3 hours for Astos, but we will see when we are ready to take him on. Astos are gonna do like 0 damage until we can get our black belts decently leveled up. Which is why I'm gonna be looking for hopefully somebody to get out in front of the rest of the team. and get buff enough to solo a lot of things. That's kind of waste. I should have done 10. So we've got more than one person damage. 10's actually a very efficient way of healing up, both cheaper than heal potions as well as faster to deploy. Also has the nice side advantage of saving my game in case somebody gets crushed by an ogre in an inconvenient spot. Not saying who that would be, just that it would probably be Dan's fault when it does happen. Good, more double ogres. Getting super efficient with these fights here so far. I just need to work on our accuracy a lot, so we're not missing every other round. Or 3/4 of the time. One ogre down, second ogre to go. And I do not feel like we can take on Grogers yet, so we're gonna go back up into the northern zone again for one fight. Take the easier regular ogre battle and hope it goes well. I mean, even regular ogre battles here, as you can see, giving us some trouble. Good, Solo Ogre gives me a little bit of a break. Probably should get full health after this. Waiting to see when our next level ups come around. Just need one more strong level up with the hit points. And I don't have to worry nearly as much about the survival during the regular ogre fights. Every single point of strength helping us damage break these monsters better and better. Good, top ogre down. Good bill dodging. Keep those dodges up, Bill. Your life depends on it. Hey there, big gamer. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. We've got our 4 black belt playthrough currently going on. Nice, hit level 5 there. Level 5, not a strong level up, but it does get me a couple more points of HP. Magic indeed. The best magic one can have, especially once it starts getting good. The black belt's just very, very difficult to get out of the early game without somebody to carry them. Like if you have just a little bit of help, up to about level 10 or so, at that point they become much more self-sufficient and able to take on quite a lot of level-appropriate monsters. Beginning of the game, they just really, really struggle to do much damage, and that is kind of an intentional thing, I think. It gives them a very back-heavy progression curve. So they're balanced by the fact that, well, they get really incredible later on. You've got to suffer for a while. Unlike thieves, who you suffer early, middle, and late game with. Iguana hurts. Do not taunt Iguana. Also, do not taunt Happy Fun Ball. That is a good bit of advice right there. I think Iguana is one of those deceptive monsters. In speedruns, they always manage to cause significant pain relative to their worth. And when not speedrunning, they are super tame, lovable and cuddly, and ask for pets and treats. But do not trust them, for they are liars and deceivers, and are only there to cause mischief. Another fine overkill. We've got just a little bit more that we can do in this loop, and we'll have done one full loop minus the Groger, who I still feel like is going to be pretty tough for a while. Groger has such a big jump up over the regular Ogre for their armor absorb rating. You're going to go from like these 20 to 25 damage hits down to like 5 damage hits. And in a couple levels, that won't be a big deal, because the difference on 15 damage is going to be negligible. But for right now, that takes it from a possibly achievable fight to one that you are going to almost certainly get pounded unless you get lucky in some criticals. Solo black belt challenge with the randomizer. Yeah, when I did solo black belt, it felt like half the game was getting to Astos. And then once you could get to spots where you could actually get decent experience, suddenly you really take off. And I think it's going to be pretty similar for the groups of black belts as well. Which is, right now, we can't really afford to drop our party size down. And so we're kind of forced splitting the experience 4 ways. But once I can get to the point where the black belts are much more self-sufficient, then they can just kind of turbocharge one of them up. And I might even think about Peninsula Power as a potential option for that. Like, if one person can survive one of those big Peninsula Power fights and get a huge pile of experience all to themselves, it's way better getting that unbalanced experience in that you would have in most of the other parties that would get up there. Like mages, you want them to get their spell slots, and their spell slots has a kind of a staggered progression. So getting like 2 levels on one mage is not nearly as good as getting 1 level on each of 2 mages. Black belt's totally the opposite. Big levels, how are we doing for level 6? Alright, about 500 experience away. It's about level 6.5 after the next loop is done. One black belt at 10 would breeze these ogres, probably. Like, once you get the additional attack per round, that's a pretty big upgrade. And you have enough damage that you're getting through their minimum damage barrier, then most monsters start melting pretty easily under a black belt's fury. Be interesting to see exactly where that mark is on ogres that we can start trying to get one person ready for giants or zombies or trolls. I think with some distraction in front, if you can sacrifice 3 of the characters, you could probably realistically do Peninsula Power at the point where you can get a monster killed in like 3 rounds. So that's like 100 damage a swing would be required. That's not outrageous to get by like level 10 or so. Need the kick command. It would be nice to have an AoE for the black belts, especially once you get to later in the game where starting like Earth Cave and they throw 7, 8, 9 monsters at you. It would be pretty handy to have like an AoE that did half damage. Because at that point, you can probably afford to drop your attack power down a little bit just to speed things up for big groups. What level did I beat Garland Becky at? Level 3. Garland probably could have done level 2 and gotten the iron chucks faster. And there's basically nothing in between Garland and Becky. Just walked right over there and they fell down, I'm serious. I didn't even touch them. Alright, 1 loop down, next loop to go. And let's get back to punching. Time guessing is gonna be interesting for this one because I guess like 6 hours and like 50 minutes I think if I can get sub 7 hours, I'll be decently happy with the performance overall. But I'd be really thrilled to get under 6.5 hours for it. I think it's gonna be a big part of this is just how serious you want to get for preparation on things. Better planning for these early game grinds, and especially like figuring out exactly what target levels you need for Astos and Wizards. Would probably be a pretty serious speed up. But I think just kind of approaching it without really much preparation. 6.5 hours feels like it'd be decent. Never got much use out of the command. I mean, pretty much none of the special abilities in Final Fantasy IV were all that good, other than maybe Cecil's cover ability. I think that's something that they did expand on in the remakes. The Japanese version for the original Final Fantasy IV had a whole bunch of additional ones that got removed for the US release. It's like the Dark Knight Magic and the Cry command and those type of things, but even those I didn't find all that useful, just because they tended to be relatively low-powered compared to most of the spells and even just regular attacking that you could do in the game. Like, there's very few situations where the special abilities really put a lot of interesting things into play. Go up here to skip the Groger fight. Definitely still not confident on taking that thing. Dart is very good to get a level 60 something. I mean, if you're duping, then Dart is pretty good. But if you're not duping items, I felt like the weakness of Dart is just that you don't really have much good stuff to throw. And so it was kind of limited just by the fact that there is relatively minimal that you can do for effective use of it. Like, it's much better to just have Edge do his regular attacks, especially if you got like a good pair of weapons from exploring. They're almost always better than the Dart command. Kane's jump, I do agree though. That one probably is better than Cecil's cover. Jump has some practical benefits in that it takes you out of the battlefield for a little while. And while it's a bit of a pain if you're trying to heal, it's also fairly effective at dodging things that have, AoE attacks, or just if you want to make sure this character is going to be relatively well protected while also doing bonus damage. You kind of a 2-for-1 deal on it. Cry resets whether an item has been stolen. Is that only in the randomizer? Or did the original version of that game do it as well? Because it definitely seems like a weird thing. Oh. I see. So they reuse something. That makes sense, because I couldn't think of a situation where original Final Fantasy IV that would ever come into play for it. And these games are buggy enough as it is. When you start mixing things up, it tends to really exacerbate some of the problems. Level 6. Ooh, sadly also not a strong level up. Still waiting on my hit points. Just need that next strong level up to make it so that we don't have to worry at all about really dying in an ogre fights. That'll make things a lot more interesting for dropping our party count down. Like, I'm almost tempted as it is to go to like a 3-character party and speed these levels up a little bit, but 4/3 experience share is kind of a mediocre one. I really want to dump up to double experience and see how that performs. Good criticals. Critical hits are also based on the black belts level when they're barehanded, and they get a pretty ridiculous critical hit rate. It's meant to be much better than any of the weapons in the game, but because of the weapon critical hit bug, it actually is slightly worse than the Masmian, even at level 50 for the black belts. But basically, their critical hit rate is also roughly equal to their level. Again, though, only barehanded. We're getting lucky with the nunchucks for a lot of these. Okay, there's Dan level 6. Heal up and take our last couple of fights here. We got 2 ogres and an iguana left. I think alphabetical order is a perfectly fair manner to decide things, expensive foreigner. Sounds like a good idea to me. It's about 1,300 for level 7. This means we're looking at basically another full loop around. And maybe a little bit into the loop after that for a level up there. So it's starting to get to be a lot slower doing these ogre fights for the levels. And there's definitely a spot where you're gonna feel that before you're ready to move on to the next set of monsters. But we will power through by punching and kicking, but mostly punching, our way to victory. Hey, the Kid Icarus. Hope you're having a wonderful day here. We're in the midst of our ogre grind to be able to take on the villainous Astos and his extremely unnecessarily high defense. I think we can beat the wizards a solid 4 or 5 levels before we can even scratch Astos. Getting some pure potions as well. And Ender314, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Back for 13 months of banana-free living. And I hope you enjoy many more months, without bananas or rubies for that matter. Just stay healthy. Thanks again. Astos considers his defense highly necessary. Nobody asked him. Astos rubs hopefully will not be involved here, even with the black belts having very good magic defense for the levels. Rub is still pretty tough for them to dodge. Like by the time that you can reasonably damage Astos, you're at maybe like a 50% chance of getting rubbed, whereas other party members would be 60%. It's better, but only by a little bit. Alright, so we're gonna start this loop, 1100 experience needed. Which is roughly 23 ogres or so. Let's get to stomping. Believe in the Groger Shane Cell. I just don't think we get a lot of improvement until about level 8 or 9. There will come a time where the Groger will become feasible. But that time not yet arrived. Hey, Allison Shane's 20. 3 days without Facebook. Sounds like you are successfully disconnecting there. Dan tried Facebook, but of course having no friends made it somewhat pointless. It's not true, Dan has lots of friends. Dan is well loved. Perhaps prone to mistakes, but well loved nonetheless. Excellent. Doing decent damage here now. Get to the point where I can kill most of the ogres in about 6 attacks, instead of requiring 8. And only very rarely does Bill make me nervous about dying. Checking out from the Groger fight. I promise one day, Grogers will seem like they are a breeze, but for right now, they remain terrifying. This was really double ogre first strike. I think we came out ahead on the deal. Feel like Groger's route is experience per hour efficient as other fights. Depends on how much setup is required. Like a lot of these battles, you can see I'm doing a bunch of walking. You've got the fade in, you've got the victory section for it. You're gonna have to skip fights in order to get things lined up in the encounter cycles. That's what really makes Grogers efficient, is that even if it takes you twice as long to kill a Groger as a regular ogre, because you have so much overhead per battle, that is going to kind of dominate. You want to have fewer battles if possible. Same thing at the start of the game where Grimps are better than regular imps to fight, even if it takes you 3 times as long to kill the Grimps. And they're only worth twice as much. The setup time reduction is where the real savings is. And that's something that if you play other versions of the game, and you've got faster movement or higher encounter rates and the animations and fights are faster, that I think it changes back that dynamic a bit. But at least for NES, because so many things are really, really slow, it kind of forces you into more of the high value fights. That's one of the reasons why the Agama Trap Tile is so good, is you're not paying the time to walk around in between battles. And every single step, you're getting 1 ag worth of experience. And that's less experience that you're going to get in battles in Mirage Tower by a pretty significant amount, but Mirage Tower you have to walk around. Or consider using item magic. Good question to put up, but we have tried it out in some of our in-between season demo streams. The problem with item magic is it almost always makes the game way, way easier. Like, the normal item magic is pretty mediocre. Like, just the Fire 2, Lit 2, Harm 2, Ice 2, Heal 1 kind of stuff that you get. So as a result, almost anything that gets shuffled on there is going to be a drastic improvement. And once you have that, you're going to have an item that just devastates almost everything around. So it's kind of hard to make that well balanced. Kind of similar with the procedurally generated spells Bad Road. Like, one of the things that is generally true about most things that you randomize is it almost always makes things easier / better. Like, think about how the loot is distributed in the game. The beginning of the game is going to have nothing but bad loot. And so anything that moves into the beginning of the game, from where it normally located, is almost always going to be an upgrade. And on average, the upgrade is going to be pretty substantial because you're going from beginning of the game, which is like a 0, to whatever average loot is, which is mid-game. And the reverse is true on the late game, but by the late game, you don't really need those things anymore. And so the fact that the late game items get significantly worse is not really a downside, so much as the benefit you get from the early game being so much better. Whether it's spell shuffle or treasure shuffle or any of that. So the more things that you shuffle around, the more that's generally true. And the reason I say generally is like shuffling things like monster skills, where it's better to have the easy stuff, means that you're going to make the game significantly harder by shuffling that kind of ability around. Yeah, exactly. The best spells are in the highest tier slots. The best items are in the most out of the way and late game chests. And so they can only get better. And conversely, the stuff you find early on, which tends to be pretty bad. And there's some rare exceptions where there's like a good item that would be nice to secure early, like the Zeus gauntlets. You get them relatively early on ordeals, probably less than halfway through, and I often struggle with not having like any good AoE items for a long time in the randomizer, but even so, like, it's a pretty rare exception where things are better placed than you would get in a randomizer. And it's mostly when you see RPGs that have randomization that do it, is you get a special reward from being an early boss. And when the value of the special reward goes down, that's like the rare exception to the rule. Hey, Kefka Time. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. And yeah, as far as kind of the control and stuff like Fate and Nuke, there is another option coming in. I don't think it's done yet. But there's a tiering option where it kind of clusters the spells into groups. And so the things that are like 8th tier spells like Nuke can only be in like 6th, 7th, and 8th tier. This is something I suggested a really long time ago. Is like, spells can move like plus or minus 3 or 4 levels. And that prevents there from being like a 1st tier nuke. Also means that you're not going to have 8th tier Cure 1. And I think that that is something that is, if not done, should be done pretty soon. Speaking of done, Bill is done for. We will lose his services for one battle here. Nobody else is even damaged, so I might as well take the final ogre fight with 3 people. See how that goes. Oh, ambushed by double ogres. Alright. We're gonna have to get down to serious business here. See if we get 2 people with concentrated experience. Again, that's not a bad thing. Steeper probability distribution. That'd be an interesting idea in Neapolitan Afterglow. Rather than just being like a pure clamping on it. Just making it very, very rare to see in those easier tiers. Kind of need to explore the idea. I don't know if anybody's really thought about the probability-based approach. You can really do a lot with the randomizer for that, since it's not done at runtime. You know, it's just part of the setup for the seed for it. You don't have to worry about the constraints of processing the NES can do. We're gonna get Bill back? Yeah, we'll get Bill back. Unlike Dan. He deserves it. They're actually pretty close to our level 7 there. We're about, what, 6, 7 ogres away. So making some good progress in the level. I'll get some more shopping done while I'm here. Slowly chipping away at loading up these black belts with all the items that they're going to need. Say 7 pure potions, get up to 25 of those. Should be enough for like the whole game. Actually be enough for Marsh Cave, and then I might need 5 or 10 more depending on how Marsh Cave goes. Couple more tents, we're using plenty of those, and then a big pile of heal potions. We're gonna need a lot of heal potions in this one. Do I get gloves? No, gloves and caps and things are totally useless, and in fact counterproductive. They will lower your black belt's defense score compared to being naked. It's not until you can beat Astos and get the silver bracelet that you'd have really any chance of outpacing the black belt's natural armor progression. Like right now, the best armor we can get all put together is 6 defense, which is the same as I have naked. Silver bracelet pushes that up by another 11. And so it's alright, you can probably get silver bracelet before you have level 17. And then gold bracelet usually is a pretty decent jump because at that point, you get another 9. And that'll last you a while. You don't need a lot of levels in between Astos and like ordeals to be able to get that first gold bracelet pickup. Yeah, I think the randomizer doesn't quite make it a roguelike until you have really full procedural generation for things. Like, once you have world map and dungeon map generation, you'd be pretty close to a roguelike game. For the randomness aspect, maybe not for, like, the open-endedness of it, though. It's like fundamentally the things that you are doing are still going to be fairly constrained because of the original game design and assets, but I would say the big thing making this not quite roguelike yet is the lack of map generation. Or is this something that's being worked on? There's some very bare bones stuff for Waterfall and Earth Cave. I think the Waterfall's generation is kind of okay right now, but the Earth Cave is still just a big giant open room. So it's got a ways to go. Yeah, Zelda 1's getting decent. Zelda 2 I think has got a lot of potential for that, and Dragon Warrior 1. Yeah, maybe Dragon Warrior 4 as well. The Dragon Warrior games are pretty good for procedural generation. And Avon Chaos, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 3 full years of Dan punching things and generally getting punched in the face as well. Thank you very much for that, Avon, and hope you enjoy your shiny new orb there. Working quantities of black belts. This is an adequate amount of black belt. Unlike thieves, black belts get only moderately worse as you increase their quantities. That's just because they steal experience from each other. do we want to try the Groger? I think we're still not ready for the Groger. With a 3 black belt party beat the game faster. So we're gonna probably drop down to a 3 black belt party, even a 2 black belt party later on. But the problem is, at the beginning of the game, they're not really quite yet able to deal with everything going on in the smaller groups. Let's go try Cal barehanded. For the most part, level 9 is the crossover for Iron Chucks. I'll see how we do at 7. But I think Ogre's got too much defense for bare hands to be worth it quite yet. It's pretty close. Black Belt's 2x better at level 10 than level 9. Better than 2x better. They're doubling their attacks per round and also getting that 1 extra strength point. So a pretty significant bump there. I'm actually gonna go barehanded for the rest of them. If nothing else, you get 2 attacks per round, so if you miss, you're at least doing half damage and being more consistent at things. But yeah, it looks like the fists are very slightly weaker than the Iron Chucks right now. Level 7 versus level 6 Chucks. And I don't know if you get the same result when you average in the misses, but I imagine gonna be pretty close. To go fast is to crit him before he kills you. No, we don't have to rely on crits. The black belts, because of their damage curve, will break Astos way sooner than Thieves will. So thankfully you don't have to grind for days to be able to take Astos on. And my plan is, when we get close, is to have like one person solo some fights for a little bit, bump up like 4 or 5 levels, and then they'll just be able to trounce them. Like you go from barely scratching Astos to comfortably winning really fast. When does Black Belt catch up in terms of damage? So compared to a fighter, you're probably looking at level 15 or so in a casual playthrough. If you're doing speedruns so you can get to the Masbean at level 15, then it's a little bit of a different story. But when you have like a fighter with a silver sword, level 15, they are really competitive with them. And for the knight, it's probably about level 25 or so for when the black belt becomes superior, and then the black belt just wins from level 25 up to level 50. There's just like no contest with anything else in the game. Hey there, Detrius Gaming, welcome in. It's going pretty good. We've been successfully punching things for the last 90 minutes. Dan's hands are starting to cramp a little bit, but I am telling him that he will get through this. Class-based, who would get XP the slowest? The Thief, because they are awful at everything. It is only fitting that they get punished for their terrible, terrible misdeeds. And meanwhile, black boats really need to level up quicker in the early game, so they can start getting somewhat useful. Or I'd put a lot of investment into things. I know Thief is already pretty good at being awful, but they need to be even better. Red Mage is probably the best character class for the first 20 levels or so. But the problem with the Red Mage is that they do slow down quite a lot. Like, their spell growth after about 4th tier or so is not very good. Like, they just get spells much later, and they get far fewer charges than a pure caster class, so they're missing out on all the great spells that happen later on in the game. They're no longer getting equipment upgrades, like, after you get past, like, Earth Cave or so, they go from being at fighter tier for their gear to being mage tier. Like, there is a huge drop-off in what they can wield. So they have, you know, chainmail armor, then silver mail in Crescent Lake, and then that's it. They're going to bracelets. So if they had a little bit better of a ramp down, Red Mages would be a little bit more sustainable, but as it is, they're super good for speedruns because of their early game dominance and the fact that you don't have a late game for the most part. But in casual play, they're actually already pretty well balanced. Thieves get the best hair. I suppose if there's any one dimension in which we can compliment the Thieves, the blueness of their hair would maybe be near the top. Hey there, Evolute Spirit. Welcome in. Thank you, Rich, for the good wishes there. You can see iguanas were not doing nearly as well as the ogres barehanded. And this is why, if you want a general rule of thumb, level 9 for the Iron Chucks is about where the breakpoint makes sense for it. Then I usually do like level 8 for the Iron Staff. You know, probably like level 7 for the Iron Staff and 3 for the Woodchucks. Those go real fast. Gonna punch everyone outside the planet and inside the planet as well. We will not discriminate when it comes to punching. Flame mail for a red wizard. Yeah, I think that if they could use the flame and ice mail perhaps, like the ninja does, they'd have a little bit better of a growth path. I'm okay with them not having shields, but the body armor situation is where they've got a real big problem. Like, just the lack of options for elemental resistances, because that's where all the body armors and shields really shine at. If they had like a different accessory slot they could get resistances on, that would be also pretty helpful. Favorite four of a kind challenge, probably red mages. They don't really have a point where they are either underpowered or overpowered. They don't have to slow down all that much since they have, you know, enough offense early on that it's not a chore to grind. They can get to this point of the game very fast, go to Peninsula Power once they hit level 6, and clean up on those Zombie trolls with the Fire 2 spells. So they charge through pretty quickly. Now, late game, they're slower than the fighters. They just don't do enough damage to keep up with things. So 4 fighters is actually the easiest and fastest when it comes to overall performance. But I think 4 red mages, because just their consistency, is a really good one. First solo challenge. Yeah, red mage has a lot of advantages. Fighter, red mage, black belt, all for solo challenges are reasonable first choices. Pretty much the same thing. Fighter and black belt are going to be much better late game than the red mage will. So when you're doing Temple of Fiends, solo red mage, it kind of hurts a little bit. Especially if you didn't try to manipulate the level ups for getting better HP growth. Maybe some better strength if you're playing to Mazbune Chaos. Whereas solo fighter and solo black belt, level 50 of each of those classes, just dominant. They don't need any stat help whatsoever to be really strong. Alright, let's see how we're doing on experience here. So once again, about 1200, 1300. Which means we're going to be pretty close to getting our level ups here in one loop. That's like 26 ogres. And then once we hit level 8, which is the level up coming up, I think it may be worth trying to see if we can do Peninsula Power. I'm kind of suspecting that we need the level 10 big bump up in black belt damage to realistically do Peninsula Power. But I'll base it on the ogre performance for making a call on that. Level 50 Thief is, well, I mean, at least you got the rune sword. At least you have the rune sword. Thief is just completely screwed for gear. If they had halfway better gear, then the pain level of solo Thief would go still to like very high levels, but it wouldn't be nearly the same because they're just so dwarfed by things, like no weapons at all. Going to be using caster armor. They have just like complete roadblocks on all kinds of stuff. It is excruciating solo Thief, or even 4 thieves. Any number of thieves for that matter. Get the flame sword. I wouldn't object to red mage getting a bit of a nerf for weapons they can use. Like going up to sun sword on red mage is pretty crazy. And thief probably getting a pretty similar list. I think that they wanted to do thieves with a knife and short sword kind of feel. And despite the fact that you can't actually wield the short sword as a thief, it mostly fits that pattern. Whereas red mage has got long swords, and that's really what the game throws a ton at you at. Like, the other way you could go is if you actually had good weapons of all the different weapon types. Like you had really good knives and really good axes and things like that. then you could probably balance these character class restrictions a lot better. Like if there was a magical superpowered knife that was at the same tier as a sun sword, and a thief could use it, like, then you wouldn't have these problems. But because of the way that the game goes super longsword heavy, and also plate mail armor heavy, in kind of what it gives you for things to work with, there's just really nothing that most character classes can do with the equipment that's provided. It's just a limitation of like, yeah, there's only so many items they can have, and so much space in the game, and they don't really accommodate all different playstyles as well as they could. What if Ninja had dual wielding? I think that'd be a really cool option. It is trading off a very critical shield slot for him. So they lose a lot of defense, and they lose one of their sources of elemental resistances, so that's a problem you'd have to solve elsewhere. But the idea of dual wielding is kind of attractive, and especially if the weapon powers add it together, rather than being wielded separately. Because this game's all about base attack power. If you cannot damage break a monster, having twice as many attacks is useless. So if you took their two weapons and added their stats together, then they'd be damage breaking all kinds of stuff, and like 2 katanas would be, you know, Mazmune or better for its value, and then the trade-off would be you don't get a shield. So you're getting hit a lot harder, and you don't have as much elemental resistance to work with. Those are things where like, you'd really have to tweak it a bunch, but I think you could do stuff with it. Two katanas indeed is better than the rune sword by a small amount. Very, very minor improvement. Monsters being jerks first. 2 Vorpal swords, I think, might be on the same tier as the Cat Claw Sakurambo. I want to say a Cat Claw is a Vorpal sword on each of your fingers. Hey there, straight on Melmond, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Our 4 black belts are punching away. Working on level 8 here right now. Once they break through Astos, the game opens up very quickly. But oh boy, does it take a while to get there. Hey there, Trinitas, welcome in. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend here. And welcome to join us for our 4 black belt adventure. And why the Melmond? I mean, first of all, have you ever smelled Melmond? It is disgusting. Full of toxic waste, noxious fumes, and deadly diseases. It is constantly burning. In an ever-smoking tire fire for the last 2,000 years. It has no clinic. It has no item shop. It's in. Best known for its food poisoning end. If you were so foolish as to waste your valuable time grinding for that steel armor, hours and hours of grinding, fighting the giants in the Earth Cave, I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be amazing having an upgrade for my iron armor? And maybe you even did it twice because you had 2 fighters in your party, and then you find out after all those many hours of work, that not only does the very next dungeon give you better armor for free, but it also has elemental resistances and it doesn't have a gigantic weight penalty. And then you realize Melmond has run off with your money. It was all a scam and you have been swindled. That and other reasons are why Melmond is the worst location ever devised. Also, Koopas4, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 13 months of Melmond rants, and I will keep going for as long as it takes to burn Melmond to the ground. Excellent point there, Ali. Melmond is the only town where the weapons actually get worse as you progress on. Elfland with a silver sword, Melmond down to a longsword as its best item in the shop. Also, Dan is dead. What a shame. Did I finish the White Mage run last night? Yes, we did, Vesk. 6 hours and 15 minutes for the 4 White Mages. Tonight, we will hopefully, by the end of our playthrough, have punched chaos to death here. Last time I did 4 Black Mages, it was 7 hours, 15 minutes, so it's a little bit of a stretch to do in one sitting. But I am hopeful that we can get through this faster, and with more punching than ever before. Alright, so we're about 10 to 12 ogres away from our level up here, which means that we will definitely get level 8 during the next cycle out. Kind of tempted to start leaving Dan dead and get the 4/3 experience share, but I want to see the increase in attack power first. So let's get back out there. Kind of curious to see how our Kirby's Dream Land speedrun is going. 42%. You all are doing well at working on unlocking that. I'll probably get the Little Nemo run started after we have Season 10 squared away. So not this weekend, but the weekend after it is when I'm thinking about doing it. I'll kind of try and redesign the week overall so that there is good balance between the games. Maybe do like a double Zelda 2 night. 1 night of Super Mario World and 1 night of Little Nemo, along with our continued Final Fantasy VII playthrough. See how the Kroger does. It's angry at Dan for some reason. I admit we're all angry at Dan. Kind of my worry is that we're going to do like 1 damage on the Groger. We're doing 1 damage on the Ogre, and that's not usual. It's going to be a full 8 punch rounds to take this Ogre out. Alright, Groger. Are you worth it yet? 8 damage, probably not. 28's a little bit better. We could do consistence in the 25 to 30 range. I would definitely start taking these Grogers. Hey, Laser Lance, what is our time estimate? I'm hoping to do 6.5 hours. It's probably going to be more like 7. And does this party get fairly powerful later on? Yes, this party will get tremendously powerful in the late game. Black belts just go absolutely crazy with offense once they get past like the early game struggles. Their damage curve is very, very good. Single stream is the goal. If I can't get it done tonight, I'll probably finish up with a short bit on our Tuesday stream before doing our Final Fantasy season flag testing. It's the magic black belt level. First one's gonna be level 10. Which we are coming up on level 8 here in an Ogre or 2. So we got a couple more loops of this before we can realistically take on some of the bigger monsters. And I think once we hit level 10, it's going to be pretty dramatic for the improvement. There's our level 8 starting. Really get to 53. I mean, the thing is you get diminishing returns for each additional multiplier. Going from 1x to 2x at level 10 is bigger than 2x to 3x, is bigger than 3x to 4x, and so on. So the first 2 or 3 of those are real significant, and after that, it wouldn't be that big of a deal for the additional attacks per round. Now, it is a big deal that you keep getting more and more base damage, and once you have sufficiently damage broken enemies, it'll stop being important, but base damage is actually more significant than attacks per round by the time that you get into like the level 40 range. Bill's hit level 8, that, I believe, is going to be everyone. So a bit longer than I thought. I was thinking that we get level 8 early in this loop out. So now we're looking at like 2 full loops per level up. But the end is in sight for when we will be probably able to take on Peninsula Power. And that will be a real dramatic change. Can you one-shot Karis or Warback without using Faster Saber? Well, Saber doesn't work. So that's a little bit of a side question here. Without Fast, you can definitely one-shot Warmech. One-shot a case is a little bit harder, 2,000 hit points instead of 1,000 to deal with, but with a good wind-up. It can theoretically happen. I should notice a decent improvement on the iguanas. Every single level here is still pretty significant due to their higher defense scores. It's really what we need. We need to find some monsters that have super low defense. Which unfortunately, Frostwolf, the best one at Peninsula Power. Not exactly a great target, unless you have randomized away their Frost Breath. The trick to get high levels and stats to reduce heal needs because of dodges. It's not because of dodges. It's because the enemies are obliterated so quickly. They don't get a chance to hit you. That is the black belt's secret. Punching is, in fact, the best defense. And oh boy, is it good. When I get class change, that would actually make the party worse. Black belts are the only character class that gets worse on class change. They get lower magic defense growth and no benefits. So it's not even a trade-off, it is strictly worse than pre-class change. So if you have a lot of black belts, or especially if you've got all black belts, the only reason to go to Ordeals is that it's got the Zeus Gauntlet and a gold bracelet there, which are nice pickups. And that's why I am planning to go up there. I think 5 minutes grabbing Zeus is worth it. But it's actually a little bit questionable at the end of the day, whether you even need to go there at all. Class changed at 50. You would still get no benefits, but at least you wouldn't have any downsides. Stuck in cabins. Cabins are going to be more efficient once we're just trying to heal up for HP recovery. So I will slowly burn through my big stack of tents and then switch over to cabins after that. Like, I really have nothing to spend all this money on. Black belt's extremely cheap to outfit. Spend it on steel armor. That would only encourage the Melmon problem. Loud reset, I play with the top loader, Mag Alexandria, and so you can hear the power button. Because it's a really loud, clunky power button, unlike the front loader, which had a soft switch for them. I much prefer the front loader power buttons, by the way. Like, two reasons. One is that you can easily do it with one hand, and the other is that if you make a mistake and you don't want to actually power off, as long as you keep holding it in, it won't turn the power off. You might have to seek help for your arm after a couple minutes of it. But you could, in theory, leave it that way indefinitely. It's actually really handy to be able to do that in things like the any percent speedrun, because there's lots of places where you're doing either soft resets or power cycles, and if you make a mistake on that, it's probably like 2 minutes until the next one, and so you can hopefully hold out long enough to last. Whereas top loader, it's done. As soon as you move that power button, it's all over. Plus, I kind of feel like mechanically the top loader is going to break soon. It was really a budget released by Nintendo. Like late in the NES's life cycle, after millions of these have been sold, and they're starting to kind of dwindle down. They're getting ready to release the Super Nintendo. They put out the top loader as a $99 special, and there's not actually that many top loaders compared to front loaders that exist, which is why if you want to get a top loader today, they're actually more expensive than when they were originally released. But they cut down a lot of things in order to hit that $99 price point. Like the materials are cheaper, it's physically a lot smaller and has some simplifications to it, but the benefits are that the top loader is very consistent for the parts included, because it was a small production run, and so I have to worry about things like different RAM chips that behave differently for Final Fantasy, like a front loader has, and the other nice thing is the parts they took out included things like the lockout chip, which was the reason why if you put a dirty game into a Nintendo, it blinks and it doesn't work. It's because it can't validate that it's an actual official cartridge. And so it keeps resetting the processor over and over again. With the lockout chip removed, then most games, even if they are pretty dirty, will function without any problems. Alright, our Gruger hunting's getting pretty good here. I am no longer all that worried about taking the Groger fight. So that is handy. We'll see how we're doing on the level up. I'm gonna guess we've got like 40 ogres to go for level 9. It starts stretching out a little bit. Like each level up is moderately more expensive than the previous one for this stretch, and then eventually it'll actually slow down again. Yeah, 1,800. Worse than I thought. That's like 60 ogres for level 9. So we got a ways before our next level up here, and then the one after that, level 10, is when the magic happens. Make me a little bit tempted to try Peninsula Power. Like if we could get even a double giant fight, it would be extraordinary for the improvements on that. It's like right now, 2 Peninsula Power battles would be a level up for the whole team. And if you went to a smaller team, it'd be like a level and a half for a single battle. Not that I think you could realistically solo any of the fights quite yet. But someday we will. I should have stayed down there. But that was the second ogre fight, not the first one. What are the different effects that happen in Final Fantasy? So there's a couple games for the NES. Final Fantasy is one of them that uses what's called uninitialized memory. So it reads the value of the memory chips before it writes to it. And that means you're going to have different results depending on different brands of memory chips that were installed in the systems. And it happens that about 50% of the memory chips over the entire lifetime of the Nintendo work one way. That's what we call the standard behavior for it. There's another percentage of chips that works the same way, but they clear out kind of slowly. So if you power them off, it's like 4 or 5 minutes before they'll return that regular value. They're less good, but they also work. And then there's like 20 or 30% of the chips that have different values. And if you have different values, then every time you power the console on, you'll have a different number of steps or a different encounter. Something will be not the same for how these battles work. And so those systems can't be used to do Final Fantasy speedruns. Doing Four Thieves next. I have done Four Thieves Omniflare. I am legally no longer required to entertain any Four Thief offers. Solo Thief. If Solo Thief wasn't just ridiculously long, I would probably do it to finish up all 6 character classes, but Solo Thief would be a project that would be like a month. And I don't know if people really want to watch a month of grinding in order to beat Astos. Like, it's just painful after a couple days of that. Late game pretty painful as well, like you have to Bane Sword Chaos, probably Bane Sword Kraken and Tiamat too as well. Just like, it's going to hurt a lot. And there are too many Reaps. Pay no attention to the Solo Thief discussion. It will not happen. I think Four Thieves was enough of an accomplishment to show off why you should never play as a thief. You know it's bad when it's longer than 4 white mages plus another character class put together. Alright, so we're getting more consistent on almost 1 rounding ogres. It's a nice improvement in speed. Also means that I'm having to heal a whole lot less in order to take these out. And 1200, so still at the 24 ogre mark. Which is probably more than you get in a single loop. But close to 1 loop. Try example, if we level up to 9, then I do want to try Peninsula Power for a short amount. I wouldn't commit to doing Peninsula Power, but I'd want to see, can we beat a Zomble? Can we beat Double Giant? Things that are going to be the basic fights there. And level 9 is when the fist should be pretty equal to the nunchucks anyway for attack power. So we don't even have to really think about our weapon choice at all for working on those things. Like, if we can just get to Peninsula Power, and even, like, occasionally kill the monsters there, it'll be a huge jump up in speed. Yeah, if we win it all, like, it doesn't even have to be the whole team surviving, just, like, anybody survives. In fact, if one person survives, that's, like, the best case scenario. Because they get a full level up just from that. And then you just can start cranking through things. But if right now we are still not, like, consistently killing a giant in one round, then probably too many rounds to kill even a single monster at Peninsula Power would be required. Earth Elementals for grinding, I would probably stick with Peninsula Power until you could just absolutely dominate places like the Earth Cave, because on the overworld, you can very quickly recover your health. Like, cabins are going to be super fast for healing the party up. Nice about Earth Elemental, though, is that you have very consistent one fight after another. And so you don't have to slow down at all to grab them. It's the same kind of discussion of, like, why are Agamas good? It's because they got that trap tile. And one step equals one encounter. And it's the same one fight over and over again at just the right difficulty level to make it effective. Earth Elementals aren't quite there just because they hit very hard. And so you have to keep exiting out, dumping a bunch of heal potions, going back to restock heals because you're at a place you can't get more heal potions. So it's a bit of a pain to keep in that kind of good groove. Hey there, Zytoriak. How's it going? Well, we are punching. We are punching their lights out, and punching the lights in, and punching lights all around. We'll pretty soon be at level 9. I'm going to try Peninsula Power at level 9. See how it goes. But realistically, we need level 10 to get supercharged. I know definitely at level 10, Peninsula Power should be pretty feasible. I just don't want to have to do another, like, 3 of these loops to get there. Got faith in Dan. I have some faith that Dan will be handled quite thoroughly by the monsters of the Peninsula Power. Where are we at right now? We're at level 8, and by the end of this loop, we should be at level 9. Or at least very close to it. I think we needed 24 ogres to get from 8 to 9 when we started going out here. And you get about 20 to 25 on each of these trips. Until we get our levels, we will wiggle to victory. This is using the same basic RNG manipulation from the any percent run. It's a little bit different in single segment these days for how they get their ogres, but basic idea is quite similar in that there is parts of the game where a whole bunch of zones converge together, and you can bounce around them picking and choosing the good fights. Which in this case, by far the best battle you can get in this part of the world is regular ogres. They give you way more experience, way faster than anything else. And they're not poisonous, so you don't need pure potions. But every once in a while you have to take a break to skip battles. There's nothing available. In this case, iguanas are like the second best thing you can get. They're slightly less difficult than ogres and give you much less of a reward, so the reward per second is not as good, but still better than wolves or things that are poisonous or things that can paralyze you. If you ever try to do this casually, you will understand the frustration of what it's like to actually find decent quantities of a lot of these monsters. Because just staying in a single zone, your chances of an ogre is like 1 in 6 at best. And there's a bunch of like 1 in 8 or 1 in 12. So you have to do a whole bunch of junk fights in between getting anything. And it really slows you down when you actually start fighting things like the wolves or other low quality monsters. One ogre later, we have 2 ogre fights, 1 iguana fight on this loop. We might hit level 9. I'm trying to keep track of our experience. We had a lot of singles that hurt us, but we did get the Kroger. Did pick up the iguanas on the way as well. The iguana's like 75% of an ogre when it comes to XP. Their money may be terrible, but their experience is at least pretty similar to their difficulty level. That's right, Punch Cal. You can take it. Cal takes it's much better than Dan. Cal knows how to dodge. That's a very important skill. When you don't wear any pants. See, Dan just doesn't have the dodge down. Needs to work on it. We're nearly done with ogres. We're gonna find out. At level 9, I want to try Peninsula Power very briefly. If we can't do it at 9, I'm almost positive that we'll be able to do it at level 10. That's because at level 10 we get double attacks. So we go from 2x to 4x. And we get another slight little bonus to our base attack power as well, but really it's the double attacks that are going to be really setting us apart. I'm hopeful that level 9 we at least have a chance to take out a giant or a zombo. Have I ever done 4 black belts before? Yes. The last time I did 4 black belts it was 7 hours and 15 minutes. I'm hoping to do better this time around. We're going to shoot for 6.5 hours. Okay, 303, so we were about 6 ogres short. It's not too bad. And as far as record pace, we'll fight out at Astos. Really, Astos is the first half of the game. Once you beat him, you speed up so dramatically on progression. Just have better areas to grind, you get some equipment to work with. Those silver bracelets help out for a couple levels until you can get the gold bracelets and the pro rings. Transportation makes it so that you can get to really good zones quickly. And so the second half of the game goes by super fast. We've beaten Vicky, yes. We just didn't hit the split for it. It was like 3 minutes after Garland. I literally just walked over from Temple of Fiends, killed Bicky, and then started the Ogre grind. Okay, Ace has got 9. Another way you can tell that we've beaten Bicky is that we've got the boat. Which, since this is not the randomizer, is where we get our ship drop. Alright, we're gonna take the Groger fight on. That should be definitely our low up for everybody, and then we go Peninsula Power. Make sure the definite is actual true statement 110-31, yeah. So make sure that this would be enough to get Dan his level. Good looking crits right there. Crits are definitely going to be important in those first couple of Peninsula Power fights. Your critical rate is essentially your black belt level when barehanded. It's a little bit complicated because it's out of 201 for the divisor for it, so it's slightly off of being exact, but I think it'll be an accurate representation. And Gator36, thank you very much for resubscribing there, back for 9 months, and I hope you enjoy both our 4 black belt playthrough as well as your shiny new orb. Problem with Astos is he's got a lot of physical defense, and so you're gonna do 1 damage unless you have enough levels to damage break him. It's the same reason why a thief needs to be like level 30, is it just is ridiculously hard to damage break that guy. And so you end up spending a lot of time trying to get to the point where you can even scratch him. Plus you have like a very strong timer for it, since he's got, you know, rub and then eventually fire 2, lit 2, whole bunch of debilitates and then cycles around. Got slow, so that's like even worse from a black belt perspective. It just gets nasty. Zebel, same absorb as a Groger. Well, thing is they got a lot more health, and they hit a lot harder. So we'll see how this does. But yes, cautiously optimistic. 4 samples may be too much for us. But if anybody survives this, it'd be tremendously good. Odds are low. Target level 4 black belts. Really depends on how efficient we are at leveling here. Just because there's not really that much of a win that we get for 4 black belts over most of the classes are just dying to get to like the silver bracelets and the spell upgrades. We can go a little bit higher on this team if we are getting efficient levels until we are ready to do like Gurga Volcano and get Agamas. Alright, this is feeling more reasonable. Still maybe a little bit of a stretch, but can definitely deal with 2 monsters a lot better than we can deal with 4. Okay, you're spreading the damage around, which is helping us. There's 1 giant down. 13 the earliest. Yeah, I'd probably shoot for around 15. But again, it's going to be how efficient are we at Peninsula Power. Alright, this is looking really solid now. I think 2 giants is reasonable. Just the minimum that you can get in this formation. And this will be so much better XP than those ogres where it's ridiculous how much of an increase this is. Dan is hanging on! And there goes our giant fight. Nice. That was like 10 ogres worth of XP. So at this rate, we're looking at like 6 of those battles to level up. And then things get wild and crazy at level 10. 3 zombies, I think this is also probably not going to be practical. At least give it a start. You really just need like 1 lucky round of criticals, and that puts you into a great position. Okay, maybe. Not enough damage. I could have sworn that would do it. So it was a bad idea splitting the party there. We'll do it again! There we go. First zombies down, but kind of shaky for taking on 2 zombies from this point. We've only got a little bit of damage on the bottom left. So 3 maybe just barely out of our expertise. Ooh, good crit right there. Like I said, a couple of good crits, and it really changes things. Same thing for their hits, though. Alright, 2 zombies down. Ooh, bad hit right there. So can we do it? And if so, can we funnel all the XP to 1 person, which would be amazing. Like getting Bill 12 zombies worth of XP would certainly be a big deal here. It's actually to our advantage to have fewer people level up. Both Ace and Cal 1 hit away. But they're dodging! I'd like to at least have one of them die here. There we go, Cal's out. And got it on 2 people. So close. Okay. Good first trip up there. We got most of the level on 2 of the people. And like a 6 of a level on the other 2. I think that's pretty reasonable for value there. I'm decently happy with the fight. I would be much happier though if it was a solo survivor. But I'll take a 2. It puts those two battles away if the other characters don't die in an upcoming fight. What are we not fighting? We're not fighting the Frost Wolves. Even though, in theory, if you got super lucky. Like, you could probably one-shot them with the attacks, and it's a 1 in 4 chance of Frost Breath. It's just survivable. Tyra would probably have no chance right now. That meat is a little bit too tough. Needs to be tenderized for several hours. Start snagging some more cabins here. Cabin will be my go-to item for most of the game for recovery. Just more efficient than using the tents, even though you're paying more than twice as much. Every time you use a cabin over 2 tents, you save it about 3 seconds. Maybe closer to 5, because you have the purchase time as well. What do I need money for? Basically nothing. This is a super cheap party. We'll probably eventually get some pro rings and gold bracelets just for the protection. But in theory, they're very, very easy to outfit. Need money for steel armors. Depends on what we grind. If you do an eye grind, I bet you can afford to do all the steel armors and cat claws you could drink. Agamas! It'll give you about half as much money per experience point, so it's not quite as good of a deal. Alright, we want you 2 at the back, because if you have the From People Die again, you don't want to level up the experience. You want to keep making it as unbalanced as possible. Who's getting the Mazmune? Nobody. We're not getting the Mazmune. Nobody needs that crummy thing when you've got Fists of Fury. Okay, another 2 giants. Looks good. Dan starting off strong with a miss. Yeah, that Gogre fight's kind of how I want the battles here to go. Just get lots of good crits, fast enough that you don't have to worry about attrition on it. It's really the big thing with dealing with a lot of stuff here is that the war of attrition is real. Dan feeling it the hardest. This giant can manage to kill Cal. That would be probably really good for our level up situation. Don't want it to happen too fast though, so we can still finish the fight. Well, it's happened. Ace and Bill, punch your hearts out. There we go, now they're turning on the damage. One more for the perfect Bill setup. I think Bill probably gets the level even if we don't get Ace killed. And let's find out if that's true. Alright, Ace level 10, Bill level 10. Now we are playing with some power. Actually, let me get the party back up. I was gonna say, maybe I could have Ace and Bill continue on solo, but I don't think we're quite that powerful yet. Well, we can try it. They got their 32% hit rate, which means they are now able to punch twice as hard. Got a zombie fight coming up, so we got a small quantity, could be good. Oh, wait, no frost wolves. Actually, we have a slight chance of doing this. Had a slight chance of doing this. Darn frost breath. I forgot the fight that we took to the south, the Grimps, replaced the zombies that I wanted. Still know what could happen. Maybe not. It's up to Bill now. One more punch, Bill. One more punch. Ah, so close. Try again. Definitely see the bigger damage from the additional attack per round. Yeah. Let's get it back. I'm gonna spend too much time there before we can realistically do that battle. I think at level 10, we'll be able to do those fights faster. That'll make it for a much easier time at powering the rest of the party up. And once we have a little bit more into this, then we can get maybe a permanent drop down to a smaller size group. So an original NES or an emulator. I'm playing on a top loader NES for all of my NES gaming. Get you two back up. Get up and give it another go. I mean, regardless of like some of the extra trips that are required, we are definitely getting a lot faster compared to doing the Ochre grind. So it was a good level to do Peninsula Power. Casually talking about killing Danoff, I am professionally talking about killing Danoff. There is a difference. That's true. Dan's many contributions are often best from the grave. Alright, let's try those zombies again. We probably still need like a 2 or a 3-pack size to be realistically feasible here. I think these 4-packs are going to be way too much for us. Yeah, especially with Cal nearly dying in the first round. We'll try again on the Giants. There we go, 2 Giants, that should be a good one. Just look at the difference between Ace and Bill and Cal and Dan for these damage rolls. So Dan 39, Cal 16. And then the real professionals here, 53 and 44. Nearly doubling. 84, there we go, that's some good stuff. 117. Those are the hits we need. If we can get rounds like that, then we definitely can start taking up to 3 monsters. Once Cal and Dan get their level up, then we can probably take 4. And then the sky is the limit. It's a long time before our next multiplier. We have 11 levels for that. But the big thing right now is to work on our base damage until we can start damage breaking Astos. Another 4-pack there. I mean, the zombies by themselves are better than the trolls. Trolls hit very hard for people that are lower armored than you're supposed to be here. Let's give it a go for these Frost Wolves. I think it's dubious, but it depends on if you get Frost Breath or not in the first round. If you can make it through 1 round, then you're probably good. Here it comes. Alright, still alive. Somehow still alive. That one's kind of a shock, surviving a double frost there. Any chance to crack it tonight? The goal is a single sitting playthrough to Mini Rapes. We'll see what happens. But that is the intention. Getting past the Frost Wolves, let me get 2 more giant fights here. Alright, 3-pack. So far we've only done 2-packs, so we'll see if 3 is feasible. I think it should be. Again, good swings by Ace and Bill are particularly critical. And hopefully taking less damage. HP healed by tents is 30, cabins is 60, and houses are 120. Alright, 1 giant down. Ace is about to have an accident, though. We'll see how long he can last out. Exactly that long. He can last 1 turn. Now we're getting 4/3 share for Bill, Cal, and Dan surviving. Might help catch Cal and Dan up to the party a little bit. If they can hit level 10, then we have a really good time in a lot of these fights. You're looking at about 500 go. That's actually not too bad. So they should get it the next time around. And the nice thing about black belts is, unlike mages, they get all their benefits right away. There's no spill charges to recover. They're not really in it for the hit points. Although hit points are nice, especially later on. They're there for the punching. Go ahead and pop Ace back up. So Ace the back should have a little bit of air cover now. Continue stocking up on cabins until we got ridiculous numbers of those. Also a more convenient spot for buying than tents. One cursor away instead of two. So what other small time savings on these? We go back to 99 heals. A lot of gold, it's tiny compared to what we will have in the late game. I'm gonna guess that we end up with like 500,000 gold left over. Even playing casually, Final Fantasy just showers you with money in really Sea Shrine and beyond. I think before that, it's a little bit stingier. But once you get to the Sea Shrine, it's just like, here, have as much as you want. Hey, Detested Hunter. Welcome in. Indeed, we have 4 black belts and their quest to punch everything that can be punched and some things that can't. Spoiler, it turns out nothing cannot be punched. This is faster than 4 white mages? Yes. Although yesterday we played 4 white mages on the GBA version, which significantly cuts down the time. NES is not nearly as friendly when it comes to your speed of early game. So I'm gonna guess this will be somewhere around 6.5 to 7 hours. I'll be happy with sub 7 for my time here today. That is my goal for tonight's playthrough. For black belts challenging, it's pretty tough for most of the game. The ending is mostly challenging based on how much you want to get levels. Because at a certain point, black belts get tremendously strong. But it takes them a long, long time to build up to that point. Like, we're 3 hours in, and we have not beaten Astos yet. Yeah, at this point, 4 fighters would be, like, probably post-class change. Four fighters can easily beat the game in under 5 hours. Yeah, and then we got a good giant start. Let's try another fight. Need a really good wind-up to be able to take on a 4-monster battle right now. 2s and 3s, I got good confidence in. Hopefully this goes well. Don't prove my confidence wrong, Zombles. There we go, good start there by Ace. And by Bill. Those are the rounds we need. If we can one-round one of the Zombles, then we are suddenly in almost a 2-Zomble situation. Dan may be moderately bruised by the experience, but some will survive. Zombles are giants, so Zombles are the best XP you can get in this part of the world. It's really good in conjunction with the Fire 2 or Harm 2 spells, which means that white mages, black mages, red mages have a huge advantage for being able to get experience here very early on. Black belts suffer from an extreme lack of attack power until they get up to the mid-teens, and so they really struggle with a lot of these areas, and then it takes them much longer to develop. Excellent. Dan 10, Cal 10. How many Agamas is a Zomble worth? About 0.4. Hey, Westlake Math. Glad you're enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy the 4 black belts punching extravaganza. I'll try my luck with the giants. After that Frostwolf fight, we got these 2 giant battles, and it just goes into a bunch of Frostwolves and Tyros for a while. So you kind of just start back at the beginning of the encounter cycle at that point. And really, at this stage, giants are probably about where we were at for ogres. Like, maybe an hour ago. Like, the growth in the last 60 minutes has been pretty tremendous. Hey, lackeys, welcome in. Enjoy your lurking there. Another 2 giant fight. At some point we want to start slimming our party down. It's going to be a lot easier with 2 characters once they are relatively stable at doing these battles for getting ready for Astos, but right now we need pretty much everybody together to kill one of the monsters. And so I wouldn't quite trust a smaller party dealing with many of these fights. It's like, I imagine it'd be faster just to have twice as many battles. Extreme lack of pure spells. The right amount of pure spells, if you ask me. Exactly the right amount. Okay, been one round with Zomble as well. That's looking good. Looking very fine indeed. 4-pack. I mean, maybe doable. With some casualties. Named Dan. Put some heals up. We cannot have a single person slack off. We want to get a giant down per round. And that's going to be much more valuable than trying to keep Dan alive. Can't wait for the 4 Thieves challenge. Good news, Tech Community, you don't have to wait. I've already done 4 Thieves. The video is available whenever you want to watch it. Yes, Dan survives for now. Ace level 11. See if we can do the same to those frost wolves. And if not, we got more giants to come. Pretty impressed we actually killed a 4 giant fight right there. That was beyond what my expectations were of survival at this point. And the more that we get smooth kills, then certainly the better for speeding through to being ready to blitz the rest of the game down. What's easier, 4 white mages or 4 ninjas? White mages. 4 mages takes 10 hours, which is faster than you can class change 4 thieves. It's like once you class change into ninjas, from that point on, you're doing decently, like you're at least as good as fighters. But to get to that point of class change takes longer than a 4 white mage playthrough. 4 thieves we did like 19 hours. 4 black mages was 12, 4 white mages was 10. Last time we did 4 black belts, it was 7 hours and 15 minutes. 4 red mages was 5.5 hours, and 4 fighters was like 4 hours 45. There's a definite tiering to how these character classes do. Yeah, both black belts and thieves struggle with Astos, but thieves really, really struggle. Black belts at least have this part of the game here where they're starting to get powerful enough to take on more interesting monsters. And so they're not nearly as bottleneck, whereas thieves are going to stick with those plain old giants until they hit like level 18. It is grueling to get through. Optimal class combination, so the fastest runs are 2 fighters and a black mage. I wouldn't really recommend that to most people. It's a lot easier doing 2 fighters and 2 red mages if you want to stay sane. But having fewer characters and having Fire 2 a little bit earlier and Lit 2 makes a big difference. Fewer characters means the rest of them get levels faster, and the earlier Lit 2 and Fire 2 means that you get through Marsh Cave faster. You get to, you get fast spell faster, warp spell faster, so you need less grinding on that mage. Can you borrow my black belt? Sorry. Only one I've got available is Dan right now. The others are spoken for. Good luck with those vampires, by the way. That's a terrible fight. If you can do the vampire fight, then you're probably set for the rest of Illusion of Gaia. The only other one that's even remotely difficult is the mummy battle. To do it with Will or Frieden, I would definitely do it with Frieden until you have like a pretty good time already set. Like just being able to finish more runs is more important at the beginning than optimizing your strats for it. And then once 2 minutes is actually significant to you, then you can start doing the fight with Will. That's true for a lot of speedruns, is that trying to save, you know, X amount of time when you're gonna have to reset like 20 times as much only makes a difference when that X amount of time is the difference between you and a PB. Until then, you should probably ignore it. Alright, we're pretty good at taking trolls out, but they're pretty good at taking us out as well. Okay, that dodge was really big. We should be able to survive this now. That'll be, I think, our first 4-monster victory with the Zambul Troll formation. We had one before with the Giants, but this one is a little bit tougher because of the mix of monsters. And also slightly more valuable. Okay, build out one battle from level 12. So that's pretty promising there. Level 13 is the earliest you'd want to try Astos at, and there's really no point in doing Marsh Cave before then, because you're not going to earn enough experience in Marsh Cave to get a level up. Like, the wizard battle is very small compared to one of these Peninsula Power fights. So I'm using Astos as my main gatekeeper for progressing on. Once we can beat him, though. Everything for a good long while is very straightforward. Four Black Rays would be for this point. Yeah, anybody with spells would be further on at this point. That's the advantage of Fire 2 and Harm 2, is you can come here much earlier. And you have to stick with all those ogres for like an extra hour. Bill hitting 12. Let's see what 12 to 13 looks like. That's 6,000 experience. So around like 10 battles here. So it's not too bad. Like if we can keep going without having a lot of casualties, then I've got plenty of cabins to go for a while. If I could start with ninjas, how would it go? I mean, it would be very similar to Four Fighters. There's really no downside to the ninja over the fighter in the early game. Maybe a little bit less health, but other than that, it would be pretty reasonable to be able to take on. Good, Bill needed that hit. Ooh, short on top giant. Alright, Dan's life depends on these giants dying quickly. Here's one down. Wrong giant, Cal. Can you finish him off, Bill? No, Dan. What a shame. We have lost our Dan. A tragedy. It may be the last Dan that ever danned. We'll see how we can do without him. Yeah, 4 zombies. Maybe tough with a 3-character party. Trying to slim down now that we can reasonably kill things quickly. Kind of feel like we still need a 4th person though for right now. Yeah, 3 kills a zombie. That's decent. Having the 4/3 experience would be really good. Yeah, I just don't think we can kill him fast enough. Not enough meat shields to get the job done. There goes Ace, so now there were 2. But those 2 are punching pretty hard. Alright, so they get 8 zombies apiece. Cal's level 12 now. Bill working on 13. And then 4 giants, probably too much. Yeah. I don't think that one's worth trying. Maybe we can get something else in here. Let's get some characters back. It's a good effort. But these fights require more punching than we can currently provide. And not the worst result. Yeah, I mean, really the way that I would think about this is having one person level 15 right now would be better than having 4 people that are level 12. Like, just in terms of raw value. Like, one person at level 15 can probably kill Astos. Now, the most efficient way of getting that person to 15 is the interesting part. They get a lot more experience with fewer party members, but if they can't actually kill anything without having to do a whole bunch of attempts, it may not really be faster. I'm gonna think about getting some more cabins while I'm here. Go on a quick cabin buying spree. Let's see what pops up. I think we had around 50 or so. So we got some room to shop. Even though we can afford 200 cabins right now. Ridiculous to think about how much free cash these black belts can produce. Dan gets a cabin, Cal gets a cabin, everybody gets a cabin here. Line up for your free cabins. Virtual Highlight's a good game. It's not actually a good game. Don't let anyone fool you. If you are offered Virtual Highlight, politely but firmly turn them down and then run. Run as far away as you can. Don't even try it, creep. I've got my eyes and my fists on you. One of the nice things we'll have is we'll actually be at a decent level for running. In Earth Cave and Ice Cave, that'll help out a lot for speeding those places up. Level 15 is where you get basically perfect running for your first two characters. It's like 95% chance of run success on any encounter. Right now we're like level 12, so we're not quite there yet, but we're in like the 80% range. Dragon's a fun game. It's another one that I wouldn't recommend playing to anyone, but watching somebody else struggle through it is definitely amusing, especially every time that their entire party drowns in a moat when they're trying to enter a door, or if they accidentally look at the stars and get murdered by the zodiac constellations. Good times can be had by all. Don't understand the star murder? It's easy, Permapensive. If you look at the stars, they look back at you and they are angry. Don't look up. Chuck's a good friend. He's usually contributing to your drowning whenever you try to go through doors. But one day he will save your life. Summit Saga is a fun game if you can really master the dodging. I think that would hold me back from playing it as the extreme amount of difficulty that you have in the random encounters. Also getting the apprentices manipulated out. There's a lot of science behind how you get, like, the stat upgrades, and the apprentice to show up and not betray you. Leaving you alone and stranded in the past, without any spells. Because they are jerks. Absolute jerks, every one of them. Nice, Bill hitting 13. Is that our second person at 13? No, our first. Dan's still level 11. He needs to work on that. Level 13 is kind of our first minimum viable level for Astos. I think 14 would be the smarter one to try it at. Ow, that hurts a lot. Just because it seems like we are not really struggling anymore on the Peninsula Power Monsters. There's no real slowdown staying here for a little while longer. We've got the groove of this area down. Okay, Dan's hit 12. So 3 12s, 1 13 now. Let's see if 3 light wars is enough to kill a giant. It was doing pretty good before, but every once in a while we would fall short. Let's take it a little bit of a gamble here. Gamble succeeded. If we can kill him with 3, then we can turn this into a 3-round set instead of a 4-round fight. But if we ever slip up, Bill might pay the price. Oh, Bill's paying. I don't think he would have made it no matter how many times we tried to hit the giants. That means this might actually make a good break for giving Astos a go. We could definitely do Marsh Game at this level. 3 black belts at 13 isn't unreasonable to try Astos. We'll see if we get a level up here. Hey, Kale, welcome in. Oh, nice. Glad you're looking forward to some Final Fantasy Legend and other exciting adventures here. I think it's a really fun game. It's not the super deepest game. Like, at the end of the day, all 3 of the Final Fantasy Legends are pretty streamlined when it comes to the RPG aspects of their adventures. One of the things I really liked about Legend 2 was that it wasn't completely broken like Legend 1. Like, Legend 1 had a lot of problems with ability to evolve monsters super early on. And they put some restrictions in Legend 2 on your meat evolutions to prevent that from happening. But it still is very freeform in terms of, like, what you can do with your party and what your best options are going to look like are very, very different depending on what your playstyle is. Also, it teaches you important life lessons about the dangers of bananas, something that everyone should know. Alright, Cal hitting 13, Ace hitting 13, we got 3 at 13, 1 at 12. Think it's worth going for Astos here. See if we can beat him. If not, Peninsula Power can support us again. Stuck at Venus. Yeah, Venus is a big roadblock. Just because... unless you have a robot, that fight tends to get kind of out of hand pretty quickly. The nice thing is you got robots, then up until the very end, they tend to be good. They can carry you a long way up until like Race World. And then there's more of a dependency on either having really good monster evolutions or just a lot of leveling with humans and espers. Alright, Marsh Cave. We've been putting you up for 3 hours. It is time to progress. Our black belts have been working out. They're all thick and muscly now. Except for Dan. It's mostly just thick. And we are ready to punch. Legend 3 is a normal RPG. Legend 3 is the closest thing you have to a relative of Mystic Quest. In that it was basically made by the same people. The overworld stuff is very similar. Like, the movement and the jumping is just exactly the same as Mystic Quest, but it has many of the same party aspects as Legend 2. The only thing I really dislike about Legend 3 is you cannot reorder your party. And I don't know why they took that out. Legend 2 lets you reorder. It's great. I can choose who I want in the front of the party and not have, like, somebody super vulnerable there, but Legend 3, for whatever reason, said no. Your party order is fixed and cannot be changed. Try skipping a couple fights here before the entrance of the Marsh Cave, see if we get some better encounters. I want to say it's the 6th encounter after Power that you want to go in to visit Marsh. So there's 2. Three. Hey Ninja Frog Fu, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend here and are ready to be soothed by the sounds of black belt punching. This will be our first ogre battle. This should be the second ogre battle, and then we go. Alright, Marsh Cave awaits. I want to say we got the one bone crawl fight to deal with. Actually, I think it's bone R bone crawl, because the single stick of speedrun didn't want to deal with double crawls. I guess any percent. Yeah. One crawl. It will considerably reduce your chances of being sent to the bone zone by going in here. We are not boned. My bat. If I had gone in there when the bat was in front of the door, he would have been permanently locked in place until I left the room again. Which would be most unfortunate for our ability to progress. I'm pretty sure you can grab these chests in this route. I may be wrong, but if I am, we have the punch power to make up the difference. I'm not especially worried about the monsters here. Maybe a little bit moderately worried about the wizards. They'll be fine. We've dealt with worse. Okay, 3 wizards here. And I bet 2 black belts per wizard should do nicely. Yes, looks like half a wizard each is no sweat. Again, the only reason we waited a long time is because we need to do Astos, and Astos is going to be much, much tougher than this. At level 13, I think he is reasonable. There goes our wizard fights. Here comes our crown. And the Dark Elf awaits. Key thing about the Astos fight is to hopefully not get rubbed, and then to get a reasonable amount of criticals. With up to 16 attacks per round. And a better critical hit rate than you're going to have with most other character classes at the current time. You should be able to get the criticals that you need in a fairly efficient manner. One spider splattered. One bat bounced, and one marsh cave, nearing completion. Alright, that was very, very easy. Now, for the hard part. I think we've got a pretty good chance to do it. Like, we have enough HP to survive, hopefully, the Fire 2 and Lit 2. So we have, like, 4 rounds to kill Astos before he starts getting, like, the slow off. Black Belts get slowed, then it's over. Or at least very, very unlikeliness to, like, one hit away that they can finish. But until then, it's all good. I should go up this side. Left-hand side's better. Stay in the easier zone longer. I think it lets you avoid, like, a arachnid fight. Something poisonous. Or it could be Ogre, that's not what I expected. It's been a while since I've done that, though, and here is Mr. Toast. Will our black belts be the supreme champions tonight, or will they be splattered? In any case, Dan's in charge. He gets to decide the outcome of our fate as we begin the punching now. Ooh, good first round. Realized that Fantasy Final Fantasy wasn't on. To give you important information about these encounters. Oh yeah, it was pretty good. Plenty of criticals there. So there goes our Astos, and let's start steamrolling this next stretch. I may have gone too long on our Peninsula Power grind, but really there's no such thing as too long. There's always more Peninsula to power through. 8.5 hours for that. It's a really big jump. Like, it goes from basically no chance to trivial very, very quickly. I think I want Dan alive until our next grind. At some point we need to start slimming this party down. And I think that point is probably going to be our visit to the Agamas. Until then, there's not really a lot of experience to grab. So I am cautiously optimistic on the value of having all four of them alive. Improves their run rate. Means that you have a decoy for boss battles. Especially Listed Company, that makes a difference. 230 for our health. So we're actually not able to survive the Eye's XXXX attack yet. That's a bit of a bummer. We would need 301 health to be immune to that. If you could do an Eye grind, you could get some pretty quick experience there. But I don't think it's worth the pain of trying. Maybe some minor discomfort, but not pain. And yes, our running is very, very good. Okay. Let us begin the Mystic Key questing. Quickly grab all of the valuable items that we will potentially need to end. I hope within 1 hour we have snagged our airship. That is my goal here. I think it's very doable. Getting through Lich, grabbing the Zeus Gauntlet and Gold Bracelet, and getting to clear out the Ice Cave as well. It's like we don't really need to worry about the Earth Cave, other than maybe cockatrices. I think it's unlikely they can stone touch black belts with their high magic defense, but they do get through. That's probably our hardest fight. Maybe Spectergeist. Same thing with the stun touches. Stun touch is going to continue to be a problem for a little while longer, since you don't get fire resistance until you've got ribbons. You don't have an easy way of blocking them. Nine and 10 soft potions should be more than plenty for the entire game. Plenty of punch in this party. We do indeed have punch, and it's been spiked with our fists and some other, possibly illegal weapons. Don't tell anyone about those, though. There's the Mystic Key. We don't need to gather most of the treasures, so I'm just going to grab the dynamite from Canary Castle. Blow open the canal and head to the Earth Cave. I find actually one of the most dangerous things you can have, especially with a small party size. As you can see here, the paralysis is actually a pretty decent chance of still hitting. If you've got like a solo character, you can be soft locked in that. The eye will do nothing but paralysis. And if you get into an RNG loop where you'll keep getting paralyzed and you never break out of it, then not only will not kill you because of its lack of attacks, but you'll just sit there forever. TNT acquired? Was it worth grabbing stuff out of the dwarf cave? I guess best case right now is just I wanted to get 17 defense, which is marginally more than I have right now. I could buy the silver bracelets and the caps and gloves, but it's like, do I really want to bother with that? That sounds all heavy and encumbranceing. We want to be light and free with our black belts. Hey there, Zillisy, welcome in. So far, we're doing pretty good. We just managed to get past Astos. And by get past, I mean we absolutely slaughtered him. So could have done that at a lower level. And we should do the same to Lich and the Zombie here shortly as well. Once we get past Zombie, it'll be interesting, because I want to do an Agama grind. I definitely don't want to have all 4 characters grind up. And I'm kind of thinking about a 2-character grind. But I also need to be able to beat Carrie afterwards, or else I will feel really bad. And it's a question of how many Agamas can 2 black belts handle? Where's the vanilla key you get from the elf prince? You have to do a bunch of bouncing around for this stretch of the game. Like, this is where you have the most backtracking and quest stuff is. Doing the Mystic Key section. You know, you go Marsh Cave, then Northwest Castle, then Matoya's Cave, then Elf Castle, then Dwarf Cave. Oh, no, you go to Canary, then to the Dwarf Cave. Then you go to Earth Cave, then you go to Sarda, then you go back to the Earth Cave. Like, the amount of time that you spend in dungeons relative to traveling around and dropping things off is like the absolute smallest you'll have in the entire game. When you have a straight shot of like nothing but dungeon crawling until Melmon rears its ugly head again. How do these black belts fare against a war mech? If they're at a level where they can take on chaos, then war mech will probably be pretty similar in that as long as you don't die in like the first round, you can punch him really, really hard. Hey there, Poexel Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you had a wonderful stream before this ends. Some excellent Warmocks. The Warmech knockoff. Except no substitutes. Don't get your Warmechs at Melmond. They'll just rust. Tonight we are doing a 4 black belt playthrough here. Trying to do it in a single sitting. The last time I did 4 black belts, I had to break it up into 2 pieces. It was like 7 hours and 15 minutes. My goal is sub 7 hours. To improve on that a little bit. And unfortunately, Dan has returned. And that may make things difficult. But welcome to all of you. Hope, once again, that you enjoyed the content over on Poexel's channel, and prepare to relax and punch your nights away. And hope the bats cooperate. I think the biggest challenge for 4 black belts early on is just that they start off super weak. They begin the game as arguably the weakest character class along with the thief, and that they both are terrible at everything. But the difference is the black belts over time get very, very powerful. And so if you can make it through those first dozen levels, then you start on this trajectory of power, where you begin to get more and more dominant at the end of the game. At high levels, black belts are actually the strongest character class of Final Fantasy. For speedruns, you don't really see that because you don't get to the levels where the black belts make a difference over classes like the Knight. But they are really, really good. Lack of money to spend on gear. Yeah, black belts are frugal. We're gonna buy a bunch of cabins, and that's really about it. Maybe some gold bracelets and pro rings until we can get our innate armor bonus over the level that they provide. But they're by far the cheapest class to outfit. Hello, wizards. Thankfully, I know that you can be dealt with a half black belt each. Looking good there. On our way to the vampire. After all the time that you spend investing, taking out Astos, my prediction is that we can go from Astos to probably getting the airship in like an hour. If we can do that, we'll be on pretty good pace for getting the second half of the game opened up. Punch magic indeed. One of the strongest magical arts. Especially compared to that wimpy black magic, or white magic. We did a 4 white mage playthrough yesterday on the Game Boy Advance version of this game. I highly recommend the remakes if you don't have the NES nostalgia for long grinding and winding dungeons. The GB and PSP versions are pretty top-notch. Lots of extra content and lots of conveniences that you're used to in modern games like Phoenix Downs, and having MP instead of spell slots makes a really big difference for the feel of a game. Just for that overhaul from the 1980s to the 1990s. There we go, vampires down. His punch and element. Final Fantasy's got lots of weird elements. Time, status, earth, poison, punching. That's why the ribbon is so good. It's the only thing that protects against all elemental attacks. Solo red mage run, that's fun. I did solo character challenges for everybody except for the thief on the NES a year ago. The thief solo is just absolutely miserable. But I definitely would say Fighter, Black Belt, and Red Mage are 3 classes where it's not too bad. Like, you don't have to manipulate every level up to be perfect, and you can reasonably stroll through some of the late game dungeons after you max out your levels. But White Mage and Black Mage are very difficult solo NES, and Thief is an adventure. You probably spend at least a solid week to get past Astos. And then the fun of Temple of Fiends for finishing the game is really on another level. Oh yeah, Mike, starting with the PlayStation version. The only downside of the PlayStation, this is true for pretty much all of the Square Enix ports, is the load times. Final Fantasy 1 does not have bad load times compared to, like, Chrono Trigger, which was kind of notorious for how much it breaks up the flow of the game. But anytime you go from, like, a cartridge system to a disc-based system for that era, it was, like, the #1 complaint is that for RPGs that have lots and lots of battles, and even the ones that were natively for it, like Final Fantasy 9 is a great example. The load times from random encounters is like half of Final Fantasy 9. Can you beat Final Fantasy 1 with only 1 thief? Yes, people have done it with every character class, unclass changed. It doesn't mean it's fun, but it can be done. There is no party that cannot beat the original Final Fantasy if you are patient enough to struggle with some of the encounters. Taking quite the pounding there. Our black belts do not have a lot of defense compared to what fighters or even red mages would have at this stretch of the game. They get 1 point of defense for each level. So it takes them a while to really catch up to where other character classes kind of start at from the very first shop of the game. Alright, Bill, it's up to you. Bill cannot run. Try again. Hardest class to beat this game with a 4-character 1-class run was definitely the Thief. That one took me about 19 hours without class change. And with class change, it was like 13 or 14 hours, which is still longer than any other character class. It's like Black Mages, 4 Black Mages was like 12 hours, 4 White Mages was 10 hours. Hopefully 4 Black Belts will be about the same as last time, which was 7 hours. These are just on another level of awfulness when it comes to everything this game has. They're kind of bad to start with just from the design. And on top of that, many of the bugs that impact the game really drastically impact the Thief negatively. So for example, running doesn't work correctly. And running was supposed to be one of the Thief's big strong suits. Critical hits don't work correctly. And critical hits were supposed to be the ninja's key strength. Like their weapons had super critical hit rates like the Vorpal Sword and the Katana and things like that. So they really got hosed with some of the things that don't work that impact other character classes less. 4 Fighters was 4 hours and 45 minutes. That was the fastest character class. Red Mages were second at like 5.5 hours. 4 Fighters is really fun because they start off super strong. They're a little bit gear dependent, but there's all kinds of fighter gear everywhere. Like, if you look at the treasures of Final Fantasy, it was definitely biased towards fighters. Lots of swords, lots of plate mail armor. Fighters have more exclusive items as knights than any other character class post-class change. They just got really, really inundated with good stuff. And so, one of the balance things is that if you kind of looked at changes to this game, and you said, like, everybody's going to have equal quality loot in the late game, which would require a lot more treasure chests, a lot more exploration, but pretend like they had the room for it. Then I think that Knight wouldn't be nearly as overpowered, because eventually with anything that's equipment-based is, you're going to run out of equipment while levels keep going up. And that's what makes Black Belts so very good. They are level-based. They have no cap until you hit level 50, which is way, way beyond what it takes to be able to finish this game. Our ninjas also bad. Ninjas are basically fighters with the fast spell and less HP. So they have some downsides versus a unclass changed character class, but they're not that far off from fighters. So you can kind of play with them. It's sad that the thief upgrade is still worse than most of the other base classes. A trio of terrible tigers. Hopefully they will not take Cal down. I was thinking about maybe killing them for a little bit of extra experience, but I don't want it to go to a clinic right now. They're somewhat inconveniently placed for this part of the game. So we will cap it up and head in for Lich. Ninja's the best looking character class. I like the White Wizard. I think it's got a great character design. Has reasonable upgrades over the base White Mage, like get some bonus spells that are really, really good, like Cure 4, Life 2, Fade, which is variously known as White or Pearl or Holy, depending on what Final Fantasy game you're playing. And they get a little bit of increase in weaponry and armor. So like they get the white shirt, they get the Thor hammer. It's like nice little improvements that, even though you're probably never going to use them in melee combat, at least they're getting something. Best mage for a speedrun is Red. Their versatility is really good, and they don't need a lot of levels to be pretty productive. I think their big downside, though, is Red Mages really don't get much benefit from class change. Like, they start off with the same gear as fighters, and then they never upgrade. And eventually they get surpassed by mage gear, so they switch over to that. So kind of a big step down in terms of equipment. Their weapons don't get any better. Like, they can use nothing that's more powerful after class change, although there's a couple of oddball weapons that get unlocked. And for spells, because they don't have the top tier spells, once you get past level 20 or so, they're gonna really fall off power-wise compared to a pure caster class. Now the advantages are, Red Mage does have a lot more hit points than a Black Mage, so if you want Black Magic and you don't want to die all the time, a Red Mage can be a pretty good substitute. White Mage has pretty similar HP to a Red Mage, so the same doesn't apply to them. But Black Mage definitely has really poor health. Oh yeah, these bats are real bad. Especially in speedruns where you cannot take any extra steps. It's possible to get bats stuck in hallways, like this long hallway here coming up. Since bats can't go through doors, if you get a bat in here, you might just have to reset and not be able to finish the game. Like, this is real dangerous right in that stretch. There's a similar one by Lich, although it's not quite as long. Having a harder time with Freedom than with Will. Interesting, T-Bow. I always found Freedom to be much easier than Will on that vampire fight, but I think for me it's mostly that Freedom's attacks are a lot easier to use than Will's flute. Like, it just seems like you have a longer range and a better way to position yourself in those. Hey, Geoffrey, welcome in. Hope you've had a good weekend here. We are doing our 4 black belt playthrough, hopefully single setting. I can't make any promises if it goes over 7 hours, but my goal is to get it done by then. And we will try our hardest, like Dan. And like Dan, our best may not be good enough. But that's okay. That is okay. Dan's best provides warmth to his teammates. He is helping. He will hopefully help us out on this Lich fight by being our tank in the front. There you go, Dan. Show him how it's done. And let's go Lich time. First of our 4 fiends has arrived. Damage-wise, we are doing 50. That's okay. He doesn't have a lot of health. 10, not nearly as good. I am shocked that Dan is not paralyzed. He is in critical territory, though, now for Ice 2, which is Lich's first spell that's coming. Cut it there. There's the Ice 2. Dan survives. Actually, we're doing really good. We have much more magic defense than most other character classes would have right now. Magic defense is one of the black belt's specialties. It's a hidden stat that basically helps you resist any attack magical in the game, whether it is not getting instant killed or not getting criticaled by the damage dealing spells. It's a really useful stat. It actually gets worse if you ever class change. So black belts do not class change. There is no upside, but there is quite a lot of negatives for it. There we go. Lich is down. 4 hours to Lich. Picking up the pace once Astus has been defeated. And on next, to at least grab the items out of Ordeals, I want to get the Zeus Gauntlet, and there's a gold bracelet in there as well. Goes from +4 per level to +1. +4 is the best upgrade that anybody gets per level. I think it's +3 for the fighter, and +2 for most of the mages. For some reason, mages in this game are actually weak to magic attacks. It's kind of weird for the system, but because it was a hidden stat, nobody knew how it worked. And so it was kind of hard to understand why mages got hit so hard. Swing down here. I'm gonna have to skip a bunch of battles before Ordeals. Figure out what part of the encounter cycle we want to go in on. This place has some really nasty encounters. They toned them down very significantly in the remakes. But you will definitely suffer. I need the canoe. I will come back to ordeals momentarily. First, I must claim my reward from Crescent Lake. But basically, the ordeals encounters have a lot of Fire 2s as their opening move. And those got reduced to Fire 1 in the remix, something that very much improves the ambiance of that place. Hey, Dragon Dark. Hope you're having a good weekend here. It turns out you cannot get to ordeals without the canoe. Maybe a more proficient black belt could. They would punch the water away. Dan, though, he's still working on it. Cabins should last us for a good long while. I stocked up on those to do a Peninsula Power grind. Right around level 9, we could start taking on the Peninsula Power monsters, which is far better than the ogres that you are stuck with for a good chunk of the beginning of the game. Yeah, those big fights as a black belt are kind of rough. You used to have no AoEs. Nothing but punching. Thankfully, though, your punches are pretty powerful. You can do a lot with fists in this game. Let me see if I can get some more heal potions while I'm here. How many times have I killed Garland? A lot. The important thing is that Garland deserved it, each and every one of those. Imagine the shopkeeper sitting here 24 hours a day listening to this music non-stop. A 9-second loop on repeat. Day after day after day, driving him into madness until his only option: to sell individually hand-labeled and signed heal potions to adventurers. It is a terrible fate. But he probably deserves it. And we deserve to get our canoe from the old men here. Give me one canoe, please. Does a sorcerer trance get blocked by magic resistance? Yes. So, sorcerer trance is non-elemental, which means the ribbon doesn't protect against it. But magic defense is kind of a universal thing. It's checked against all spells that have some variable effect to them. So something like XXXX, because it doesn't actually have anything probabilistic. It's either you're under 301 health and have no magic resistance and die, or you live. Then you have spells like Fire 2, which is a probabilistic check of do you get the critical hit or not. And those are where you see the magic defense really kicking in. You tend to not get critical nearly as much. And then there's things like Bane or Stun Touch or any effect that is a binary decision. And those are a little bit harder to see, but if you look at a large sample, you'll see that you're getting affected by those less often as well. Cabin up a lunch. It's so nice that the Black Princess is fully recovered by cabins. No worry about spell charges. Never have to go to inns. And cabins are efficient enough at 60 HP a pop to, at least for this point in the game, very quickly fill you up. Late game when you've got like 800 health, it's a little bit of a different story. But it works well enough for this point. Got so used to doing that blind turn single segment. Single segment for this game is a really rough speedrun because any walking mistake basically kills the entire run, on top of the fact that things are really, really tough for the encounters. And there's stretches like coming down from Crescent Lake to Ordeals here, where you have to do blind turns. And if you turn too early or too late, the whole run's dead. And there's no cues whatsoever, just good luck on getting through them. Which I started just learning to count things out in my head for like how far I've traveled on the boat to be able to make it through there. Alright, there's one encounter. Two encounters. Did we skip Excalibur at GDQ? I don't think we skipped Excalibur. Because we had the opportunity to go kill Warmech. And so, because of that, there was a natural break in the run at that point. What you might be thinking of is, I want to say the very first Best of NES marathon. I think Feasel did a playthrough of Final Fantasy and died on Temple of Fiends and had to repeat it. And that required a bunch of improv to get back to a working route there. We're just skipping over piles and piles of man-cats and argoyles and sorcerers and other tough things in here. Should be one more skip. One more Catman Saber-Tee showing up. And going in early like this, I'll get an extra Zombull fight, but we are pretty good at dealing with bulls, so I'd rather not have to worry about my step count being perfect in here. And instead, head into Ordeals. Fun fact, Ordeals requires that you have the crown. It will check it in your inventory, despite the fact that there's no way to get here without the crown. There's a bunch of oddball checks like that, and like magic key required. The very end of the game after you get past Phantom. And I can kind of imagine that there was, at one point, an intent to have a little bit of a different order for the accessibility of things. And they just ended up leaving those checks in the final product for it. Like things you wouldn't really notice were unnecessary. Okay, at least for now, I don't want Dan to die. Be helpful to have him for the ice cave. After that, all bets are off. Okay, there's our whiz mummies. Take another Zombo fight down here, then I can avoid the Medusas, which is probably for the best. Or I can take the Medusas upstairs and maybe use this as an opportunity to get somebody petrified. I don't think it's worth it, though, to have a stone character here quite yet. So let's take this down here. Yeah, so you can see whether keys are required for doors, although it's kind of an obscure thing, and so I can imagine that they wouldn't go around thoroughly checking every single one in the game. Ow, Cal is having some minor technical difficulties with these nightmares. Gonna grab our heal staff there, not do the encounter a second time. Nice sword we can sell. Gold bracelet is better armor than I currently have naked, so let's put that on. Definitely want the Zeus Gauntlet, that's pretty much the main reason I am here, and we do not need the tail. Again, class change actually a negative for black belts here. So just to avoid any confusion and temptation, I'm going to not pick it up. But I will go ahead and fight these zombie Ds. One or two, we get two zombie Ds. This could potentially be a good fight for experience, although the stun touch is very aggravating. Very aggravating! Yeah, at level 50 there's no more drawbacks, but there's also no benefits. You'd spend lots of time walking down Bahamut's extremely unnecessarily long hallways. And your reward would be nothing. Besides the satisfaction of a hallway well walked. And a zombie D. Well de-zombed. Tail successfully skipped. That's gonna mess my inventory sense up for a real long time not having that. And with our Zeus Gauntlet in hand, we are going to the ice cave. The reason to get the Zeus Gauntlet is because things like the wizard fights, where you really need to have an AoE, you can't run from the battle. It's going to be very, very handy to have that item here. It's the very first AoE item you can get in the game. For for some quick heal potion replenishing. The real restocking is going to be before we go to Gurgu Volcano. I do want to make sure that we can break these up into smaller chunks. It saves my thumb. If I could do them 25 at a time. Looks like we're at a pretty decent pace. My goal was to go from Astos to Beholder, really to get the airship in 1 hour. I think we will hit that, or at least come very close to it. And still have about 2.5 hours to go from airship to chaos. That'll require doing the other 3 fiends. It'll require some grinding. Gotta make sure our black belts are well prepared for Temple of Fiends at the end, and it will require Temple of Fiends itself, which is no easy place to make your way through. Faithful and trusty boat, soon we will have to say goodbye to your jaunty sailing tune, but you have one more important mission after this, getting us down to the airship desert. But it is nearly time for us to depart. Where did these names come from? Originally they were used in Swords and Serpents. Which is actually kind of unnecessary, because Swords and Serpents, you don't really control your characters so much as you just stare at the screen and hope the right things happen. But then they came to Final Fantasy after Swords and Serpents was done. And really the important thing in names, because the length of your name or anything like that doesn't affect this game. It prints out everything in blocks instead of one character at a time. But the important thing is that Dan always is going to fail. And you have to plan accordingly. Alright, let's give over one more encounter. Get rid of the opening wizard pack. Try to remember a reasonable route through here. There's no good routes through the ice cave. Turns out it is not a nice cave. It is a very mean and cruel cave. It does not care about your feelings. So the wizards will have cockatrices, we'll have Frost Giant Frostwolf, whose Frost Breath attack is pretty nasty. It's a 1 in 4 chance of doing some big damage to the whole team. Are there mice in this cave? If so, get the exterminator. Picked up for an ace. It's been a while since we've had level ups on this team. Been heads down working on clearing out dungeons. The Wraith encounter. It moderately hurts. It's not a great element against him, but since Dan's not doing anything, his odds of running are pretty minuscule compared to the rest of the team. I might as well use him to Zeus Gauntlet. Okay, Frost Giant Frostwolf here. And that's good to have, but unexpected. Am I on the wrong encounter? Probably. Wizard. Let me count these up again. So we skipped up to there. Do that wizard fight. I don't know what's going on. My encounters are not lining up to where I expect them to be, but this is what I remember having for the fights, so maybe my encounter tracker is incorrect for things. It's gonna make it tough to predict what is coming up, though. Incoming mages. Well, it was said mages were gonna be here, which I knew was not correct. So thankfully, it was wrong in that regard. We'll see if that was the correct play or not. It's been a while since I've done the speedrun routes that use this entrance to the ice cave. So some of this is going to be improv. I'm trying to avoid mages, sorcerers, and other baddies that infest this place. Oh, that's bad. Those are things we want to avoid. Alright, evidently there. We'll skip past that. I don't need the flame sword, so I can save some of those steps back. Frost Giant, alright, that makes sense. Alright, now it seems to have recovered. Maybe not in a good spot, but it's recovered. So far been treated pretty well by these frost wolves. I am happy with them. We need to pick up money, which puts us on the first floor a little bit faster. The only thing I don't like is the possibility of an upcoming mage fight. Depending on how quickly we get through this, that may not be an issue. Might be an issue. I bet we'd be fine. We've got like 2 steps until we're on the 3rd floor. And then we have to cross the 3rd floor on 1 battle. Which is not outrageous. But it seems reasonable and doable. So let's go ahead. Fight our pal, the Eye. Unfortunately, we don't have enough health to block his XXX, so definitely can't grind him. Brack I can deal with soft potions, but instant death would stack up. There goes Ace. Losing out on 1 1/3 Aguma's worth of experience there. But acquiring in its place the floater. Now we've got 1 safe encounter, not including this one. In order to get across this floor. Let's go. Yeah, if we're here, we're fine. I don't see another fight happening by the time we get to that staircase. Mages averted, and only thing left potentially is another wizard fight. And even that is not certain. Do we make it? We do! Ice cave complete. Good going, everybody. You have managed to brave the many perils and dangers. Recover the mystic artifact, allowing us to get sky transportation, and not just slip around. Always feels like a very different game once you have the airship versus your previous travels. Not just with things that open up, but how the overall map is no longer a real struggle that you're fighting against. Really becomes all about the dungeons at this point. And maybe a little bit of walking to Lufania. Two in the future games as well. Yeah, I think that there is usually a moment in Final Fantasy games where transportation gets taken away as a big obstacle. Although sometimes they tease you and give you really crummy options like the hovercraft or the broken airplane. Still though, usually eventually, you get something nice. Final Fantasy V does break a lot of transportation mechanisms. So does Final Fantasy III, though. Where you get a new airship every couple of hours because you broke the old one. Float up, and away. Since we don't have to class change, we can really just basically go to Gurgu Volcano here and start planning out our Agama grind. Now, the key things for Agama grinds: courage, diligence, and persistence. Unfortunately, do not apply. Instead, we will have devious and underhanded means of dealing with our Agama menaces. I will probably want to have another gold bracelet and pro ring, if I can afford them. That's 70,000. Yeah, we can get 2 people mostly set up. I can sell the ice sword. Got 1 gold bracelet from Ordeals left over. So that's 2 people that are safe. That's probably going to be my grind group. So we'll have 32 defense. That'll last them a good long time. We'll have 99 heal potions, and we will have a dream. We could pretty easily kill Agamas with 3 people right now. Can we kill him with 2, though, right off the bat? Or is that going to take a second round? We'll find out when we get there. That'll help me decide what my grind strategy is going to look like. Ice sword getting sold. Heal staff will hang on to. That actually could be useful in the late game. Who's got the ice sword? There you go. Gold bracelet, pro ring. I think the other person that had gold bracelet on was Cal. Let's go to you two. So let's see your stats. Bill, 12 strength. Dan 11, Cal 14, Ace 12. I think Ace might be slightly better here. So we go Cal and Ace for our 2 main black belts. And hope that they are enough to get the job done. I mean, the odds of Dan being worse were only 107%. There was a chance that he might have been second worse. Although clearly he did not use that opportunity. Okay, heal potion's in the good spot. Burn 1 encounter here. head into Gurgu Volcano. Pretty minimal fighting thanks to all of these lava tiles that we get to walk on. Lava tiles do not provoke encounters, and you've got to count to a number of steps until your next encounter. Don't count towards that step. It just indefinitely pushes them forward. Not gonna class change before carry. That is accurate. Half Agama worth of fire hydrant right there. He is kind of aggravating because we don't have any elemental resistance. I guess one thing I could have done is maybe tried to do waterfall, grab the ribbon there, and then come here. But hopefully we will be okay. We will have our natural magic defense growth to also help us with Agama Breath. As well as carry attacks. Weird thing here is that we are not picking up all the items. So they'll change where the encounters take place. Yeah, we will heal Bill for right now. At least until I can find out whether or not he has a need to help us on the Agamas or not. If we can do this 2 people, that would be really good. If we can do it 1 person, would be even better, but that is a little bit risky. And so begins our Agama grind. Goal here is to get our black belts to a level at which they can thoroughly dominate the bosses. It looks like we only need 2 black belts to kill an Agama, maybe? We'll find out pretty soon. Hey there, Marlo Red, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day here. So we work on our 4 black belt playthrough of Final Fantasy. This Agama grind used in many speedruns thanks to the fact that you get pretty much non-stop good fights. Agamas are relatively tame, fairly easy to kill and great rewards. And because there's 2 trap tiles back to back, there's really no delay picking up the next battle after you finish one up. It doesn't like though it's a bit of a stretch to imagine we can do this with 2 characters yet. Calco in level 15, another strength point there. Debating about whether I should dump heal potions into Bill. I probably will. I want this to be a 1-round fight. Because we're only gonna get 4/3 Agama experience instead of double. Also means Bill should probably be back here. Yeah, he does not have gold bracelet, so move him into a less vulnerable slot. And continue the grind. Ow, that really sucks. Heat using up about 3 heal potions, whereas a regular hit only does 1. Heal potions is my big commodity for being able to keep this up. We don't have enough experience by the time that we run out of heal potions, then carry could be a pain. I guess one option is we could always walk back out. If I've got roughly 30 heal potions, I can take the reverse trek through. So we can make a call at that point about whether we are on track to kill the boss or not. In the meantime, enjoy the lovely Agama effects, such as... Did you know? Agamas are frequently mistaken for HDMI cables. What do we need strength for? Punching. Lots and lots of punching, most niftiest. Problem about the heal staff is that it's really small return. Each heal staff use is roughly getting you 1 heal potion, and we definitely can't take a black belt off here. Most of the time. What are we doing for levels? Alright, so we probably get a level every 9 Agamas right now. This is why I want to have fewer characters if possible so that we get the experience funneled. With 2 characters getting 4 characters worth of experience, or the equivalent thereof. Then your level ups turn into a smaller number of Agamas. Same thing if you can get 1 shot with 1 character. At that point you're getting quadruple normal experience. That's how you want to get your late game grinding done, is hopefully get everything onto 1 person so they can be the best black belt they can possibly be. Hitting 16 there. Alright, so there's about 10 heal potions for the level up. If we can get 6 or 7 levels before we run out of heal potions, that seems like we could take on Carrie. I will continue to monitor though. Find out if that is realistic or not. It does get slightly longer for level ups until you hit about the mid to high 20s, and at that point, every level up is flat. It's roughly 32,000 experience for everything from like 25 up through 50. And an Agama at 2,472 experience. Can do the math on your speed of progression, but roughly 3 minutes per level up for a solo character. Turner favors the enemies very slightly. The way Turner works is it puts all the enemies in a list and then all the characters in a list after the enemies. And it shuffles the list by swapping spots a couple times, but it doesn't swap enough times to make it a real even shuffle. So the people that started off at the beginning tend to have a higher probability of ending up at the beginning as well. Double heat it! These Agamas are too hot for television. That'll definitely hurt my heal potion count getting those. Okay, we're halfway through our heals. Ooh. I am somewhat skeptical. We'll see if we get some turnaround though. Thing is, I really don't want to go through an Agama grind and then die on carry and lose all the experience. Yeah, this probably is not gonna work yet. Okay. Things that would make this better. Dipping into Sea Shrine, grabbing the opal bracelet. Getting the ribbon out of Waterfall, maybe out of Sea Shrine as well. Although doing Kraken early is definitely painful. I think the ribbon is going to be a more influential one. As well as gold bracelet go into opal is cutting the Agma damage down by about 20. And then seeing if you can get a really solid solo character grind at that point. That may be the best strategy here. We're getting better at two-shotting him. That's at least promising. But I consider an eye grind. The problem of the eye grind is really the rest of the dungeon. Like if you have really good resistances. Like you get the ribbon, now you've got a 3 in 256 chance of being baracked. If you're over 300 hit points or you've got the ribbon, you've got a 0% chance of XXX. You could realistically go like 40 or 50 eye fights pretty safely, but you have to get in there, dodge past all of the terrible encounters, not get sorcerers on that floor, mages or other things, because you're walking back and forth. And it's not a double trap tile like this, it's only a single trap tile. So every time you fight the eye, you advance the step count by 1 for the other monsters on that floor, and eventually that's going to catch up to you. So I think you come out ahead, even though you're getting slightly slower battles and slightly less experience. The safety of the Agama fight is much, much higher on this version. Remix is not true. Remix, definitely you can go after the eye. That's most people's preferred strategy. Since you can save wherever you want. Don't have to worry about instant death ribbons or anything like that. And you've got Phoenix Downs and other backup items that will bail you out if you do happen to have an issue. And probably the biggest problem with the remix is that it's difficult to avoid accidentally falling down one of the pits. You've got dash mode turned on, and you're trying to run back and forth there. Agmas are much better behaved now. They were really frisky when we first started. This is definitely looking more promising though. Don't worry, AWOL Nation, Dan did his best. And now, he is guarding us from the floor. Or maybe the other way around. I don't know who is really in danger here. But whoever it is, Dan is on their side. Dan may also be doing hot Agama yoga, that is true. Hot Agama Yoga and Death are often confused for one another. Ow, that really stings! Alright, heal potion's in pretty critical shape now. 36 left. To make a call pretty soon about whether we're on to bail out and exit out the top instead of killing Carrie right now. Got a couple levels out of this, so we've made progress on the 3 characters grinding. Can't quite yet do Agama's with 2 characters, which is really the big limitation here. Once we can do that, then things get a lot better for the setup here. Cal-19, every time Ace and Cal get the levels, I have to flash the armor menu so it doesn't erase their gold bracelet and pro ring combo. There's a bug that if you are barehanded, it assumes you're also not wearing any armor when a black belt levels up and recalculates their stats, which you can use to your advantage as well. You can put the ribbon on and level up and get the black belt's innate bonus with the ribbon's elemental resistances. But for right now, it's a negative for me. Ace up to 18. That's about 4 levels we gotten in here. Once we hit level 21, we get a huge increase in damage. That might be our best opportunity for a breakpoint, is to find the most effective way to get to 21 in a hurry, and then go to a 2-character grind. Or at least taking less damage here, and getting more regular 2-punch kills. It's not quite consistent, but getting better. We have to abandon Bill, we will. Run out with 2 people as much as in with 3. Alright, here's the plan. If Bill dies, or if we get down to 10 heal potions, then we'll cut the grind off there. Go pick up our opal bracelet, go pick up our ribbon. Like, places like the waterfall, top of Sea Shrine should be no problem right now. It's not really effective to get any of the other location ribbons though, so that's a bit of a roadblock to having better magic defense overall. At least one person River Protector would be really helpful. I'm going to try to push a 2-character party as high as we can. After level 21, our next big breakpoint's level 32, and then level 42 for the last black belt upgrade in number of attacks per round. Building a little bit shaky there. How close are we to 19? Pretty far away. We need like 6 more Agamas. Maybe he'll do it. Okay, Cal level 19. Flashes armor screen. To keep doing that up until level 32, or if we go Opal Bracelet level 42. This is basically the end of grinding. Ooh, Bill, 1 hit point. Clench, Bill. Clench as hard as you can. Here's your level 19. Nice, our very first one-shot right there. That takes a lot of crits. Here's Ace level 19. Just gotta keep it going from here. We realize we get an RNG loop for a level or so. It'd be beautiful to have a couple of free rounds. They're fairly similar to where they get their level ups. There's like a 2 Agama difference from the first to the last. Yeah, the more strength, the better. Black belts do have a lot of guaranteed strength level ups, so they're going to be at least decent at strength, but everything else that they get bonus-wise makes a fairly noticeable difference about when they start really damage-breaking the monsters. Like, partially it is level-based, because their fists is powered off of that. But then strength bonus is kind of a added on top. It can save you a couple levels. For example, heavily armored monsters like Chaos or Tiamat 2 are going to be feasible to take on. Don't skip leg day. The only day we have is punch day. Punching non-stop. Why is Dan taking a nap? So that the rest of the team gets more experience? At some point I'd like to drop down to a 2-character team. We might considering the grind without Bill. If we can hit level 21, we would have 2 people able to kill an Agama. And I don't really think I can practically get there and do anything useful with my heal potion count. But certainly at level 21, it'll be a lot simpler, because we'll have 6 attacks per round then instead of 4. Fewer people taking heat damage, less to worry about for healing coming on the way down. Oh no, Bill! Your service will not be forgotten. Okay, now we're getting 1200. How far do we level up? Enough to make me kind of uncomfortable, but let's try and squeeze another level out of here. I've got 10 emergency healing potions. Which is not going to last very long. But the odds of getting an orange G-loop actually go up with your fewer characters. So maybe we'll get lucky here. If you get a loop, it only lasts until the next level up happens, because level ups also use RNG to decide any stat bonuses that you get. So right here would be kind of short-lived. And the 2 shots are getting better. Definitely it's improving. But it'll get really better at 21. $20 on Cal. $20 on Ace. Another level would be 11 or 12 Agamas. It's not impossible. I really want to get 21 if I can. The heat is not helping. Oh yeah, Ace needs his equipment updated again, that's true. It'll help reduce the physical attack damage. Come on, RNG loop. Help me out here. I think we have a decent shot at hitting 21 at this rate. Yeah, first one that wasn't a 2-hit in quite a while. So it can still happen, but rare at level 20. Second ever one-shot. Another word, double experience. It is not nearly as crazy getting these levels. I'd still say Carrie would be very dubious. Carrie's got Fire 2. Which, depending on if you get the magic defense save against it or not, makes a big difference for damage. Between 30 and 120 damage on that. And then her physical attack is really brutal. With only 2 characters, you're in a lot of danger of the physicals. That's why I'm thinking about bailing out the top and coming back for a second run to try for better safety here. Cal level 21. And within 2 Aguas, Ace should be level 21 as well. Let's see that beautiful damage Cal. Ace 145, Cal 384, there we go. That is big. So you're basically getting pretty close to one-shotting Agumas on a regular basis. Does Carry also have Rub? We've got Pro Ring, so we don't really care about that anymore. It'd be a 3 and 256 for us to get rubbed with Pro Ring on. Handful of heal potions left. Let's bail. To the rarely seen reverse volcano. And come back ready for action. And an exciting Agama Encounter Part 2. We're low up here. Okay, 16,000. So we're looking at 13 Agamas per level up for a pair of them. If we were able to do it solo, that'd be like 7 Agamas per level up. So eventually is going to be our goal, is to go solo when we are strong enough to be able to take out Carry with one person. Even though we take 1 damage per step, it's not killing my person with no health. The encounters can, though. So I have Cal alive to give me a second opportunity to run in any of the battles that come up. Hey, Ghost and Jerk. Yeah, this is a real Final Fantasy cartridge on a real NES. Played with my top loader. Takes time to do things the old-fashioned way. And there we go, Gurgu Volcano. First trip complete. Let's go ahead and restock on heal potions and what do I really want that opal bracelet? The magic defense would be nice with the ribbon. I have to do Waterfall eventually, but is this the right time? It probably is. Get the defense sword and the ribbon inside. Defense sword versus Carry is really good. Be able to use the ruse spell. Dramatically cuts down her physical attacks. You got the ribbon, dramatically cuts down her magic attacks, and then she's pretty much neutralized. If it takes you 5 or 6 swings to kill her, that's okay. Our strategy for a lot of bosses is to ruse up on somebody. You can even do that with a person that is not really essential, so that the people that are actually able to attack can go from the back where they're unlikely to be targeted. I think if we remove Dan, it would be a net loss. For who, I don't know. But somebody would probably be missing out. Heal potion grind is real. Working on our 99 heals. Probably use Summon Waterfall on top of Sea Shrine, but I can easily replenish that. The important thing is we got 99 for our Gurgo return. Seriously though, is there a hole in this bag? How many heal potions does it take to fill one sack? And why can't it be more than 99? That is a really big limitation for Temple of Fiends. Feels like so many heals now. But in Temple of Fiends, you will drink that in a hallway. There we go, 99 heal potions all filled up. Let's head to the waterfall. Waterfall is mandatory to eventually get to Tiamat. While we're here, we're more or less right at the entrance to the Sea Shrine, which should go ahead and get my Axiel ready for that. Now we've got 100 bottles in our bag. Can I pop up to move our heal potions around? I'm just thinking about heal potions are going to be in kind of a bad spot unless I get a tent and a house. To move things around again, we're going to have to shift things with the Axial in inventory. Killing one of the two, because we have the cube as well. Well, we can get the slab. There we go. Axial, cube, and slab. That's 3 items. Fixes my inventory for me. Have the other two been kidnapped? They are currently resting their heads, waiting for an opportunity to punch again. Bill's done pretty well. Dan has been Dan, which means he has done his best. And his best has left him in this sorry state. Trying about my late game strategy. I'd actually like to get Bill to level 21. She is pretty close to, right? Yeah, level 18 right now. The best layout for my black belts, I think, is going to be 1 black belt at 42, 2 at 21. Like, if possible to do this. Back would be 2 at 32, and 1 at 21. That way Bill is not missing out on like a 50% damage bonus that he could otherwise easily obtain. I bet I could get built 2 levels in some place like Mirage Tower or Sky Castle. Maybe our real Sea Shrine trip. Then we don't have to have them on the Agama grind quite yet. I'll keep it in mind. Can you one-shot a Wizmummy? Yes. Can probably one-shot a lot of things. That's what a black belt is really good at. Punching very hard. I think speed-wise we were losing to our Agamas here. At least for right now. Will we get a Wormek? I don't know. Wormek is kind of out of the way on the NES version. Because when I'm coming in, I'm actually not really well lined up with getting him, if I want to do Tiamat in the same trip at least. GBA was kind of a different story since that is a very easy boss fight. And Wormek is the much, much harder of the two. Look at that! Beautiful, majestic, and graceful out-of-bounds bat there. It is so wonderful to see our bat friend in our time of need, making an appearance here. Hey, Mr. Quackums, welcome in. Our punching is going well. I think this is such an auspicious sign that, since I need to get some water, I will leave you all in the company of Out of Bounds Bat and be back in just a minute. Stay tuned and enjoy the flapping. Alright, now that I am hydrated enough to make it to the finish, let us go ahead and claim our waterfall prize. Got a ribbon. We've got a cube. And we've got the defense sword. That one's kinda worth doing, but I'm gonna pass. Let's try and speed through this section if we can. Put it on you. Cube making our trip even more awkward through the menus, but that will be fixed as soon as I've got the slab. So I can even go ahead and trade that in for the chime if I wanted to get all of that done right now. Tryptophan, really not a big deal for our party at their current state. That state being muscled. Doing pretty good with half our party missing. That's actually intentional. We want to get experience funneled to a smaller number of characters. So I'll probably finish the game with 3 characters at the start of Temple of Fiends. So you'll get 3 ribbons. Not really worth having a 4th character even try. 2 of the characters kind of backups, and then 1 as high leveled as possible to punch Chaos really, really hard. It's kind of our ideal setup for this. Before I forget, let's give you a Zeus Gauntlet, because we might run into some Arsahag fights in the Sea Shrine. I'm not going to try and manipulate the Sea Shrine encounters. I don't think it's worthwhile for a partial voyage. When we go down to the bottom, I might care more. Actually, no, wait. Because of ghosts, which even now could be somewhat problematic, we should probably at least avoid those. It'd be nice if we had a black belt to use the white chain. I'm not sure if all 3 are going to survive down to Chaos, but definitely be a good setup if we could do that. There might be some casualties at Kraken too. Okay, from start to Sea Shrine. Don't want the Naga. And if I'm okay with Arsahag, which I should be, then we can take it from here. Should be good on soft potions. I guess it might be worthwhile to bring Bill back here temporarily. Just think about it, if I can get him some experience in Sea Shrine here. Petrifying Annoy deals. The levels we're going to be at, it's actually really tough to get characters petrified, but there are plenty of Medusas there to help you out. Still don't know if it'd be really worth it. Extra couple minutes for a potential chance at some white shirts. I could always have a Gur Medusa possibly help us out. What I want to do is get Bill to level 21. He's immensely more useful then. But after 21, unless I want to take him really, really high leveled, I can cut him loose, so... Got this place, we got a little bit of Mirage and Sky. I don't want to take him on the Agma grind. And that should be enough to get 2 levels on a black belt. Hey, Nooster, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend here, and welcome to our black belts and they're punching. Would mage staff help at all? I bet it would. Fire 2 is a generally useful AoE, much more so than, say, the Light Axe. So we could do Zeus Gauntlet, Mage Staff, Thor Hammer, Black Shirt, have some pretty good variety there. Whole game with only black belts, that is the plan. Guess you can have the heal staff. We'll see if we can make it all the way to the end in a single sitting. I'm estimating a little bit over 7 hours right now for the run. Seems like it's doable. And Magwin, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad you're still enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more awesome adventures in the future as well. Thanks again. How do we know the defense is a sword? Because everything in the game is a sword. They're sword fanatics. And we've got a slab. Alright, so gold's going down to you. Can take opal, move that around. Gold is slightly better than what Bill has right now. We can give him a pro ring as well to further supplement it. That should beat out his innate armor bonus for the foreseeable future. And nothing else in here worthwhile. Lots of night gear. Things that we don't particularly have a big need for. You know what? I'll take some sea snacks. There's some reasonably good encounters here for experience, although it is probably better, because of the walking involved, to stick with our Agamas where we can. Sea snacks are one of those fights which I didn't really appreciate until playing the randomizer. Worth about a half Agama each. Like, this is a 2 Agama encounter. Slightly slower than 2 Agamas, I would guess. But still not very bad for the difficulty level. Like, the same experience as like a vampire or a guard. Actually, a little bit more than the lobsters, who are probably a bigger threat to most parties. Sea snakes have a little bit more HP, but less attack power than lobsters do. Nice level 22 there. But level 20. So he's got 1 level to go. No masters yet. Actually, class change is bad for black belts. In the original Final Fantasy, there is a hidden stat called magic defense, and it grows slower after class change than beforehand with this character class. So, not really much advantage when you got 4 black belts to do that. And Black Belt, the only character class that is so impacted, so almost every other party class change is a good thing. Will we make it? Yeah, we'll have no problems. This actually helps us out by giving Bill a little bit more experience here. We're gonna try to get him to level 21. And the fewer characters alive, the faster he will level up. In fact, he is 10,000 experience away. So it might be a little bit short of doing this prior to our return to Gurgur Volcano, but should make it close. My inventory fixed up again. Let's go back to Gurgur and get our levels done. Never found out what the GUR is supposed to stand for. Those are the Groovy Sharks. Not to confuse with Gregory Pede or George Ogre. I can buy a little bit of time for this walk. Train the slab, get the chime. That trip to Lufini and back might be enough for level 21 on Belt. If not, it'll be really, really close. Nudity, only one of many problems in the town of Melmont, widely regarded as the world's worst idea. Melmont and its continuously burning tire fires have been a source of outrage and disgust for generations. Got reporting for you, so you've got your defense maxed out for now. Okay, we do have the ribbon on. Just making sure. Let's go grab our chime. Regulars will pass. That's probably not a fight that's worth taking. Frostwolves are also pretty bad. Sure, there's some zombies, trolls, or giants around here that we can have. Maybe a delicious tyro. There we go, that's a start. Mage staff's gonna be way worse than your fists. There's very, very few things at this point that AoEs are good for. Also, welcome in to NES Cardinality. Hope you had a wonderful stream before this. And for all of you joining in, we are doing a 4 black belt challenge here today. Also a stare down in the town of Lufini, evidently. As of right now, we are working on our levels, and then we will do a blitz to the Fiends to go kill Carrie, Kraken, and Tiamat as quick as we can. Hey Ness, welcome in. And hope your stream went well here. Alright, chime acquired. Still don't want to fight Frost Wolves. It'd be nice to get Bill's level 21 so we can kill him off again. Freaking great wolves. I've seen better wolves. They're merely average on the wolf scale. How you doing, Bill? 6,000. Probably not worth trying to stretch out this walk for it. Definitely not worth the Rankolo problems. Rankolo's really hurt. And let's head back to Gurgur Volcano this time. We're gonna finish with our fist in Carrie's face and knock out our second of the 4 fiends. Also, some more Agama grinding. Can never have too many Agamas to grind. Alright, Cal's back. Probably should be our lead party member. But until Bill dies, I'll do like that. See how the game decides to do the reordering. There's a bunch of bugs with party reorders. When it tries to figure out who should go into what slot. It does an okay job if there's only one person knocked out. But if there's 2 people or 3 people missing, then a couple of the cases don't work correctly for their sort function. You wouldn't think sorting would be hard. But Final Fantasy has many challenges in its programming. And like many parts of it, they did a good enough job that most people don't really notice. There we go. 99 heal potions in hand. I mean, the neat thing about all the bugs is just that because they playtested it with the bugs in place, like, it's kind of tuned for them. So when they fixed the bugs in the remakes, it actually caused lots of other unintentional problems with balance. So to some extent, the original experience has a better design, just because it is kind of intended to work the way it does, even if they don't quite understand how it works. And in the remakes, they had to really shuffle things around, because almost all the bugs are not in your favor. They make the game harder. And by fixing them, pretty much everything became super easy. So they buffed the fiends up a whole bunch. They really buffed Chaos in the remakes. Gave them 10 times as much hit points. Lots more damage, and even then, I would definitely say the remake Chaos fights are way easier than the original. The eye flash is nice. Like, I definitely like the overhaul that happened in the remakes. Like, the improved sound, the improved graphics, like, they make for a better experience. But in terms of game balance, because they made a lot of things easier, they had to tweak some other things to be harder, and they didn't quite get it to the same degree that the original version had. And it's not to say that it's a better or a worse version, because different people are going to like the remake or the original more than the other, but it's definitely very different feeling for how most of the game plays. Does the lava sound better than the poison sound? Yes. Dan's singing is some of the worst in the universe. There's a reason why his singing is outlawed in 17 countries, some of which he hasn't even been to. No hit Bill! I really need Bill to die after a couple of Agamas here so that he doesn't suck up the experience for the rest of the team. Alright, Blazing Zard, have a good night there. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams. Hope you enjoyed our time together tonight. Why do the Agmas like Cal? What did Bill ever do wrong to lose their affection? Also, does Dan ever stop studying the floor? It is his passion in life to one day become a PhD in floor expertise. And on that day, probably nothing will happen, but it'll be yet another crowning achievement in Dan's long list of things he has gotten wrong in life. Alright, now that Bill's level 21, you can see a gigantic jump in attack power. This is really where I wanted him to stop getting levels, so that Ace and Cal can level up faster. But I need the Agamas to do damage to Bill, and preferably not to Ace and Cal in the meantime. Kind of tough because we're one-shotting him now. Alright, Ace 23. I might actually try to go truly solo here. Go for quad experience on Ace. Like, I feel like it's no longer really a threat for dealing with carry. Bill's already got his equipment removed, so unfortunately nothing left to take off. I could try driving his hit points down in the lava. Only cost me about 12 heal potions. We take Cal's off as well, so that we can start getting him done early. Yeah, this seems like a good plan. Wait, Cal we want to have on. Ace is the one we want to take off. Is that true? How are they doing for attack power? 18, 20? Alright, yeah, Cal is our best one. So Ace, even though he's ahead on XP right now, not our best overall black belt. So we will swap them around and do this. Probably the latest it's valuable to go is to get Bill over 400 health, so that he doesn't get nuked easily. At that point, there's really diminishing returns to have him go any further. Good, keep those punches up. Just slight tickles every now and then will be sufficient. Okay, Cal's at 23. Beginning to think that my goal of sub 7 is unlikely to come true tonight. We will persist though. See if we can still get a single sitting completion of it. Last time I did 4 black belts was 7 hours and 15 minutes. And a lot of it's going to depend on how much we really need to grind out here for Temple of Fiends. These levels we can definitely take carry. Kraken, probably pretty reasonable with 2 people. So you can shield off your good character. Same thing with Tiamat. Temple of Fiends at this point would still be tough. The Fiend refights we are definitely not ready for. But within a good handful of levels. I think 2 black belts could team up to get the job done. Good, keep those hits coming. Bill is getting close to death. It's reducing my need to take a lava walk. Well, 22, so he's got 411 hit points. This point he can survive a nuke. He's got his multiplier from level 21. He is essentially ready to go. Let's do a quick lava dive. Get him to 1 hit away. Should do it. And now our next cooperative Agama will hopefully finish the job. I'll start working on Ace a little bit. Now for really bad, if he gets heated for 8, that's basically the minimum that I would expect to see. Even a heat should do a pretty good job of killing him. There we go. Bill's out. Now we're getting double experience instead of 4/3. And position-wise, yeah, we got Cal in the right spot. Let's keep going for a little bit here. It'd be nice to get Ace up to 32, but I would rather focus purely on Cal at this point for expediency. And just go to as high as possible for a single character. Let them carry the team from the rest of the way here. If I could get Cal solo, it'd be about 20 minutes to be at a pretty solid spot for levels. So that is going to be my goal here. In the meantime, he's getting closer. Actually, it wouldn't be unreasonable to get both of them leveled up if we really had to. Okay, Cal 24. 8 levels to go. Level 30 takes us from 6 attacks per round up to 8 attacks. The only breakpoint past there, level 42 for 10 attacks per round. Probably not worth going to. You'd certainly be very safe on Temple of Fiends with a level 42 black belt. But I think a level 32, especially with somebody else helping, should be adequate. Heat for right now is fine. We'll just continue cruising along. 4 Agamas per minute. Until either Ace dies or until we get what we want. Come on. Why do you have to hit Cal like that? What has Cal done to you? Besides the murdering. Other than that, what has Cal done? Level 25 there for Ace, and at this point, Agama's definitely not standing a chance. They're only even very rarely getting a turn in there. Another heat. Severely culling the Agama population. We are barely putting a dent into the Agamas just in this room. There are millions, nay, billions of Agamas waiting to be adopted into good homes at this very moment. Next Cal level 25. Do they have to be good homes? Well, they have to be warm homes. And if they're not warm now, they will definitely be warm once you've got an Agama inside. Also, possibly slightly on fire. But only very, very slightly. You will barely notice. Good question. That Agama might be referred to as a fire lizard in some people's books. But in reality, Agamas, in addition to being a wondrous creature and universal unit of measurement, are in fact a small red lizard found throughout many parts of Africa. Just strange but true Agama facts about the world we live in. Another Heat Ace is close to falling. We'll see if he goes down before level 26 or not. I think he'll probably make 26 and then Cow will take over for the last 6 levels of the grind. .26 will at least make him decently helpful. In Temple of Fiend should be able to take a good solid Kraken hit. Enough damage to help out with things like Lich, maybe carry. And can definitely swing a defense sword or a white shirt if we need one. I can't believe Akama's only scored 63 points. Actually, I'm pretty shocked that Ogre only scored like 60 points as well. Those are monsters I expected to be at like 200. Doing this grind this way. Because we went Ogres to giant Zombuls and Trolls to Agamas. To more Agamas to even more Agamas. It's a shame that you can't exit Temple of Fiends as a black belt. Otherwise, things like Purple Worms and Chimeras would be a great choice for him. Especially Purple Worms, those would be really, really good. There's Cal 26. Ace somehow still hanging in there. 37 hit points to go. And worryingly, our first non-one-shot in a while. I'm sure it was just a sporadic accidental failure. And we can trust Cal to do this alone. So let's burn steps. And burn up our other light warrior. Should be enough. Agama, can you do it? There we go. Now we are all alone. And getting the full Agama experience for each of these battles. It's about 18 minutes to level 32 here. And then the crushing begins. Cal gonna solo carry? Yes, Cal is gonna solo carry. We'll bring back Ace and Bill for adventuring, because we're not gonna try and get experience in Sea Shrine or Sky Castle for the most part. Go stop those bosses as well, and with luck, level 32 should be sufficient for Temple of Fiends. We'll have 2 helpers. Do a little bit of damage as well as have enough health to survive most things that we expect to see in Temple of Fiends. With 3 characters, it's not as bad for the AoEs, although I do worry a little bit about 99 heal potions on the trip down, especially if we can't petrify anybody for Lich. Might have to hope that we can sneak through without getting nuked. It's unlikely that we'll get that, but it'd be really nice to go nukeless. Dan's got his geology study group going. He thinks he has discovered a new rock, but it's actually his foot. I didn't want to disappoint him by pointing that out. Okay, 27.5 levels to go. In addition to really being powerful, you're also getting tons of HP as Black Belts. At these higher levels, Black Belt gets a guaranteed vitality point every single level up. Decent number of strong levels, but the very high vitality score means that even their weak level ups are very, very good. So Black Belt actually the only class guaranteed to hit 999 hit points. The Knights will almost always get 999. I think it's possible for them to end up in like the 900 range if they get some bad rolls. And most of the other character classes don't even come close. It's one of the downsides of the relatively small level cap. I know it's pretty extreme for a level 50 party in this game. Like, you will easily crush the game with 4 level 50 characters. But if you're doing things like solo, or if you got unusual character combinations, level 50 is actually not that extreme. Especially solo, like not being able to max out your health and having pretty limited healing options makes some of the Temple of Fiends bosses pretty tough as a solo character. Solo Thief, you want level 900. Possibly higher. Like, even like Solo Thief probably wouldn't be that bad if you get to level 99. Just enough strength points that they are not really chained by the lack of weapons. Like, if they can have enough strength to overcome their rune sword, and enough attacks per round to overcome their rune sword and their terrible properties, then they would do much, much better. The extra health would be a bonus. Like, they can get like 750 normally, so getting them up to a guaranteed 999 would be nice. Can Soul Ninja get all his spell slots? If you go for Astos at the earlier levels where it's possible, yes. You're gonna be in the 30s at the lowest for Astos. And you need to class change by level 42 in order to get all of your spell slots. So you've got a little bit of room. But if you actually want to make Astos, like, less bad, then you might miss the opportunity to get all of your fast spells. And yeah, Knights, because they've got better gear, deal with the hit points much better. Like, Knights will have ridiculous absorb rating compared to Black Belts, who max out at 50 for the most part. And that is like 2 pieces of armor out of 4 on the Knight. So they have significantly better than that, which means Kraken 2, Tiamat 2, Carry 2, all those monsters that have lots of attacks per round are significantly blunted. Knights also have a much easier time getting elemental resistances pre-ribbon, which can help out a party, or the 4th character, who does not get a ribbon. If you got a Knight for that slot, then you got Fire, Ice, Lightning, Poison, and Death resistance, which is 5 out of the 8. This is an adequate amount of Agamas. My original plan was to take a Black Belt to 42 and not have as many levels on the other characters. That probably would have been better. Like, a Black Belt at 36 and 2 at 21 is better than having a Black Belt at 32 and 2 at 26. Like, being unequal is really, really good here. But as it is, we're level 29 now. We got 3 levels to go for our next breakpoint. So feeling like we're going to be pretty good for getting set up there. Level 32 means that we can't really use the Absorb glitch, because our Opal Bracelet plus Pro Ring is going to be better than that. But as you can see, our damage is doing good. When we get to 32, we'll have 8 attacks instead of 6. It's another 33% boost. And all along the way, we're getting incrementally more attack power, which is really, really helpful. Like right now, when we're doing 300 damage on an Agama, we do maybe 100 damage on Chaos. It'd actually be a really tough fight. So getting our critical hit rate up as well as our base attack power is really important. At this point, even without the ribbons, we probably have enough magic defense to block most things. Don't need a chance at that with only 3 characters alive. We'll leave Dan down. I think we stopped him at like level 14. Like right around the time that we killed Astos was the last time that he was a meaningful member of the party. And the only reason he stayed around for like Ice Cave and Ordeals was to give us more chances to run from things. Just definitely handy to have, but unlikely to make a big difference from this point on. Level 30, 2 more levels to go. Yeah, about 15 agamas per level up, so 30 agamas. Maybe 7.5 minutes to finish this off. Called Dan a Survivor. Look, I was desperate at the time. Sometimes we say things that are not true in order to get through tough situations. So I'm not sure if I flash Cal's defense. There we go, reset that. Are we past the part where the experience curve levels off? Yes. Once you get to 32,000 experience per level, which is in the mid to high 20s, at that point it's flat. And it's not perfectly flat because Final Fantasy doesn't do things the nice way. But it'll bounce up and down like 100 experience points, and it'll be basically 32,000 from here up to level 50. And I kind of like the design because really by the time you hit this range in the game, if you're playing with all 4 characters, you're probably at a point where you kind of maxed out what the encounters can do. So if you wanted to keep getting experience, you could either have the Diablo route, which is that you need to kill hundreds and then thousands and then millions of monsters for a level up. Or you can say, since the monsters aren't getting any tougher, the levels can flatten out. And that way it's equal time for continuing to progress on. Yeah, 28 if you've got a decently balanced party. You know, you picked reasonable for the character classes, you don't have too many thieves. Probably got a fighter in there. Good mix of mages, then at these levels, casual playthrough should be able to deal with chaos. And what really helps there, white mage for healing. You know, you've got a red mage or a black mage for the fast spell, which will dramatically increase your damage. The knight in front, great equipment, can absorb lots of attacks, has decent health. And they work well as a team. Black belts because they are so focused on just punching everything they can. Have more challenges with doing that. Like their damage is phenomenal, but their defense is really bad and they can't heal, so if they get into trouble, it's difficult to fix things up afterwards. By the way, 1 level to go. And we haven't even gotten our additional attacks per round, but just in this stretch, since we got level 21, we first had 6 attacks, we were doing about 300 damage. Now we're doing 700 damage. So there's that gigantic increase in base attack power that's starting to just overwhelm things. And right around this level, maybe just a little bit before it, is when the Black Belt's Fist is actually better than the Mazmoon. So if they equip the Mazmoon, they would get weaker. Every once in a while, Cal has a bad round. Still one-shots the Agama, but only barely. I believe our Agamas remaining can be counted on one hand, possibly an Agama-sized hand, but a hand nonetheless. As we head into the final stretch here, I'll miss those Agama effects. We might get one more Agama effect in Temple of Fiends. We are likely to run into an Agama encounter or two there. But I hope you have all learned about this wonderful and exotic creature. What is the plural of Agama? Agama has many pluralizations, all of which are correct, by the way. But the most common plural of Agama is Agama. There we go, level 32. One last flash. Let's watch our additional attacks per round in action here as we head to the doorway. 936 almost have crossed over the 1,000 damage mark. And this is for Agamas, who have lower defense than some of the late game monsters. That is something to keep in mind, is that 1,000 is great here, but it's gonna go knocked down by pretty significant amounts. So like, we should expect 300-400 on like Chaos or Tiamat 2. Could probably do a good number on Carry. And our second of the 4 fiends is, in 2 punches, going to be crushed. Got her. 2 fiends down, 2 fiends to go. Let's get Ace and Bill back up and go for blood. Grab that power glove. If only the power glove worked. That would save so much effort in dealing with things in this game. Because Temper and Saber don't work, and you have no way to buff other than the fast spell, you're very limited in terms of what you can do for improving your characters. Yeah, 26, 22 of them in that order. Go ahead and restock our heal potions, so we got 50 of these to buy. Dan's doing fine. He is studying for his geology test. He's being quizzed on his groundwork as we speak. So far, he has managed to identify the ground. At least be into Temple of Fiends sub 7 hours. It's actually going to be very close to 7:15. We hurry through this. And that is the goal. We could make it there roughly the same time as my last 4 Black Belt playthrough. It'd be nice to have one that is a single video instead of split up into multiple days. I didn't believe the last time I did 4 Black Belts that it would be as short as it was. I was thinking 4 Black Belts, because of how slow they start, would be up around like 8 or 9 hours. And so I got 5 hours in and said, I'm going to split it here, and then it turned out to be pretty fast to finish from that point. I think I was probably at a very similar spot at 5 hours as this run had. Alright, Evan, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Look at that. Barely enough money to get an entire set of steel armors for the team. That is how outrageous a ripoff that item is. Worth more than 100 Agama lives. I'm gonna burn one encounter. We're gonna try and avoid the ghosts. Alright, so where are we looking at? Probably going to get a Sahag pack. But as long as I avoid the ghosts, I think the rest of it's pretty straightforward. Like, even ghosts at this point wouldn't be likely to kill us, but we have to use a whole bunch of heal potions to fix up the damage. Let's go. Fiend number 3. You know what? Let's not even fight things. I can't meaningfully improve any of the characters here. Like, 32,000 experience is a lot to get for our lead black belt, so unlikely to get level 33. Oh, I may be tempted by a Gershak Big Eye fight. Just saying. Those are hard to resist. Could you possibly resist that? I can't. Also, 2.1 Agamas. It's a decent value. Probably the best fight in the Sea Shrine. Slightly better experience from Triple Water, but inconsistent. And they hurt a lot more than Gershak Big Eye does. Alright, look at that. Yeah, no ghost coming up. So I can just walk through naturally. Might take a water fight if we run into something. But everything else is good. And Bad Road, thank you very much for hanging out here. Have a good night. Pleasant dreams and hope you enjoyed our 4 black belt experience here. Most experience is Warmech, yes. Warmech gives you about 13 Agamas worth of experience, which is pretty darn good. Close. Actually, maybe not even close second, but second place is the Iron Golem fight. Double Iron Golem, and then quadruple Purple Worm is third place. We're gonna be doing a Warmech? No, because of the way that you come into Sky Castle. It's kind of a pain doing Warmech and Tiamat at the same time. Also, in this version, Warmech's got a 75% chance of ambushing you, which means he can still be very dangerous, even at ridiculous levels. The GBA version that got flipped around, so everything that's an ambush rate in this version is a first strike rate in the remake, so 75% chance of first striking Warmech, 90% chance of first striking mages or shadows. Just flipping that around made those encounters dramatically easier. Why would they flip those? Probably because 90% chance of being ambushed kind of sucks. Like, it is really painful with those fights. You get the shadows all over Marsh Cave and around the Earth Cave. And it's just fight after fight of ambush and 7 attacks before you can take a turn. And flipping, it's kind of a crude measure of doing it, but I can definitely say that those are unpleasant. Plus a lot of encounters in the Marsh Cave, like 30 or 40% ambush rates. It adds up to frustration. Okay, you've got the defense sword for now. Let's put Bill in the front, our best puncher in slot 3, and let's go! Time to get cracking. One defense sword up, one punch up, 300 damage is decent. As you can see, Kraken's still very dangerous at these levels. We're nowhere near the point where we are just one-shotting everything. But we're doing okay damage for right now. Kraken's done. I'm actually a little bit worried if we're only doing 400 on Kraken 1, how the refights are gonna go. But that's a problem for later. For now, our problem is gonna be... I want to do cab order. Go. Our problem is to get through the Sky Castle. And pay the troll toll. One more fiend to go. Tiamat should be pretty similar. We'll have all 3 ribbons then. So a lot of rounds we're taking about 80 to 100 damage. And as long as we don't get bit too much, we're in pretty good shape for finishing it off. Defense sword was a helper, I do admit. Did a pretty good job there. We'll pick up the white shirt as well, which will also be a handy tool. White shirt means I can have, you know, Bill up front with the defense sword, and Bill's the most expendable, in case something goes wrong. Ace white shirting to help the entire party, then Cal punching away. Punching his heart out. Alright, Mirage, this guy's gonna be a little bit of improv, because I need to pick up the white shirt, which is not normally done, but I don't need to pick up some other things which I would typically be getting. And I'm kind of hoping those things cancel each other out here. So let's see what we get. Also, no warp spell to avoid backtracking. Yes, I probably should be running for most of this stuff. But you never know, maybe that extra level will help. Guards, vampires, manticores, lots of stuff in here, at least a half Agama worth of experience. Some of the things like the chimeras and eyes, even better. And then occasionally, some very, very bad men will show up. X levels can't hurt. Possibly true, but it hurts our time. And really, that's the most important thing of all. maybe a Warmech. We will try and avoid the Warmechs. That is the goal. We may not be successful avoiding the Warmechs, but we will try. I'd actually say we probably have a better than 50% chance of winning. But it depends a lot on whether we get ambushed at the start and whether he decides to nuke or punch Cal, both of which would be bad for us. If he punches Ace or Bill, we'd be in relatively good shape. So Warmech random, well, as random as the other encounters are. He has a 3 in 64 chance of making an appearance. Actually elevated from the original Famicom version, which was a 1 in 64. Which my theory has always been that was done to allow you to find him for the Nintendo Power Take a Picture with Warmech contest. And it has plagued us ever since. Because it would be kind of nice to have a lower Warmech encounter rate. If Warmech is a 1 in 64, because of the way it's laid out, it's not, like, equally distributed. The 1 in 64 fight can't happen until you're 128 battles after power-up. And so all 4 of the 1 in 64s are in the second half of the 256 values that it cycles through. It means it's super easy for a big chunk of time to avoid Warmechs if he was the 1 in 64. But no, they had to make him 3. Alright, let's try and not get slowed here. I also need to go pick up that last ribbon. No, other one. There we go. White shirt's the one I really want. It's gonna go on to Ace here. You can have that, and you can have that as well for the foreseeable future. Actually, you can have a ribbon, so black shirt probably doesn't get held on to. Wait a minute. I mean, I guess I could give it to Bill, but very likely he wants to be punching instead. Number 3 there. Go ahead and put that on. Let's see if we got enough steps to avoid a Warmech. It's pretty weird with not having warp, what it does to my walking patterns through here. Hey, hardcore mana cores. I'll take those. Let's keep heading up. It looks like we're in plenty of time. Because there's some bad encounters on the 4th floor we'd have to wait for anyway. Our Hydra fight, then we get Guard Sentry, and then we go for it. I didn't have to pick up the Sun Sword and Dragon Mail. That's what saved me a bunch of steps on the way up. It's all back in Mirage Tower. It took longer in Sky Castle. Doubling back for the ribbon, getting the white shirt and not having warp to cut off those walks. One more about the delay. Because there is a Man-Cats and Medusas upstairs. Man-Cats, at this point, Fire 2 is going to be relatively not that bad, but you'll still always have to deal with the real struggle of the sheer number that show up. Cal 33, so we need to level up from that. Flash your armor and let's head to the top. Let's go right and down. Good whiz vamps. To the top, Whizbam cast A-Fire because it missed himself. Also, A-Fire doesn't actually work when monsters cast it. So even if he had cast it on himself, it still would not have helped. A plethora of bugs. With monster elements and skills. Those are tough to figure out because take a lot of testing to reveal that they weren't actually protected after landing that. And let's go. I can actually save some encounters by taking another fight downstairs, but not required. Planning to reset things back to the beginning of the encounter cycle for Temple of Fiends anyway. A-Fire doesn't help against Fist. Nothing helps against Fist. That's what makes Fist so amazing. 1,000 damage on Nachos! That party platter has been annihilated. Move you two around, and let's go Tiamat, fourth of our 4 fiends. Now we got our white shirt in action, and our defense sword, and our punching. Let's go. 343, that's kind of weak, to be honest. Remember, this is still not quite as good as what Tiamat 2 or Chaos are gonna have. Does running from a fight change the RNG when the next encounter happens? So, Final Fantasy doesn't use anything that happens in battle for determining what the encounters are located. Dragon Warrior is frame-based, so if you spend a different amount of frames doing things, you'll get different results for the next fight. Alright, restock our heals, burn some encounters off, and then we will be ready for our final venture. Also, more Tyro meat. Can't help ourselves when it comes to delicious, delicious Tyros. So I leave Bill in the front. I bet I can have Cal lead the way. Got a little bit more defense. And and it's unlikely that it gets knocked out in any of the random encounters. I've only got a heal staff, so I can't really heal grind in Temple of Fiends. At least not productively. So I'm hoping that my 99 heals is enough to get the job done, and that probably means that we don't want to see a big lich. That'll be our worst case scenario for the start of it. Either that or a lot of ambushes, like, despite having ribbons, getting 4 blizzards from Frosties would be pretty bad as well. Can we kill a Warmech? We could kill a Warmech. But we choose the path of peace. And have left him alone. More healing. There we go, maxed out at 99. And let's cross our fingers we can first try Temple of Fiends here. Let's go. For a couple of encounters before going in. It'll hopefully get me a better walkthrough here. I'll probably just burn those encounters inside, but we'll see how it lines up. Because I'm not going for the Masby, and I've got a lot of extra time on Tiamat's floor to make things work. Our first of 2 spider fights here. There's spider 1. That should be spider 2. Our big pile of monsters here, and okay, alright, let's see how we lined up. The only time, hopefully, tonight that we see zombies. And let's go 2,000 years into the past. First up, the Frosty fight. Which we're hopefully going to escape from mostly unscathed. Just want to get faster runs from everything. We don't need to stick around in any of these battles other than a mandatory purple worm fight and a couple of elementals that are unrunnable. Delaying here to avoid Gasties. Alright, frustrating, but there's still only 2 of them. That's like 5 heal potions they just used up. 7 heal potions. 9 9 heal potions. That's a lot of very bad men. Good thing that we were able to escape. And make our way to the Phantom. Yeah, 9 heal potions might not sound like a lot, but that is a big chunk of our stock. There goes the Phantom. First successful Phantom kill done. Hopefully the last one as well. And down we go to the backside. Same strategy here, we just want to avoid as many fights as we can. With the rare couple of unrunnables, including our purple worm coming up. I do appreciate the randomizer, hopefully indicating which encounters are unrunnable. Something that I miss in the base game, just as a reminder for the formations that you can't escape from. There's that painful blizzard. 4 more heal potions gone. The real one though is Lich. That is worst case scenario. 40 heal potions, it's extremely bad. Although with black belts it probably is less. We actually don't need to Medusa here. It'd be actually kind of tough to land the Medusa glances. This is why I'm going for the unprotected Lich. Alright, hopefully good turn order. And we can avoid the nukings. Going nucleus here would really set our heal potions great for the rest of the trip. Nope! Well, 2 of them resisted. So it only cost me 20 heal potions instead of 40. But there goes Lich. First of our refights done. I think we're okay, particularly since we don't have to get the Mazmoon. That probably saves me 15 or 20 heal potions by itself. The return of the Agamas. And one last Agama fact. I'd rather have the extra water encounters. Thinking about a second for what's coming up on the next floor. So normally I begin in the Pro Cape here, and delaying a little bit before going down to Kraken's floor as a result. I don't need to do that. Oh, the encounters here are probably better. I'm gonna see if I can maybe get out ahead of the fights downstairs. Is that true? Can I actually get ahead? No, because the sorcerer's coming up. Just for bookkeeping, I will take the fights on Kraken's floor. That is probably a smarter path to make sure that I am not messing up where I'm doing things. Alright, carry time, defense, white shirt, punch fence, and... big hit on Bill. That's bad for the start. We do not want Bill to die. Turn economy is really important here. And carries fire 3, even with a ribbon. Could be problematic. She only has 700 health though. So we can potentially kill her with somebody besides Cal. Or she can hit Ace. That also solves my problem partially. A lot of heal potions used up, but we made it through. Let's go down. Now, I got plenty of time on this floor, so I'm going to actually be delaying at the end of it to avoid the sorcerers on Tiamat's floor from showing up. And these are the fights that I was kind of debating about. I could take this fight, hope that we get decent-ish turn order. Or I could take some slightly easier fights on Carrie's floor, but then you have a risk of taking too many steps. And throwing your setup off for Tiamat to come. We're actually doing pretty good on these. Take this one pre-Kraken. Okay. If we can get past Kraken, we're probably in pretty good shape. I want a good, clean fight and everybody to come out alive. Let's go. Give me some ink, give me some lit 2s, just don't give me some punching. Lit 2, there we go, good start. Keep it up. Only 261 damage though. I am very worried about my Chaos damage output now. I was kind of thinking he'd be like 400 and then Chaos would be 200. But this is a little bit sketchy. Alright, 515's better. Double Lit 2, beautiful Kraken fight. There he goes. Damage still increasing. That's a positive sign. So Chaos will be taking about 140 less damage than Kraken did on those swings. And heal potions we're good on. Like, if this point we run out of heal potions, it's because something really disastrous has happened. I'm not gonna get a Masbian. I could get a Masbian for, like, Ace. And it would very slightly improve his, setup for this, but I will try it as is, see how we do. And begin the punching. Alright, that's inconvenient. That may actually make it so I need some heal potions. The bite attack around 1. Come on, nobody get baned. There we go. 3 and 256 chance of getting baned through a ribbon there. Improbable, but it has definitely happened. More than once. Many times, in fact. Thunder I can deal with. Just Ace, stay alive here. And Cal, please do some more damage. There we go. Alright, teammate's done. Final stretch. So I want to have defense sword, or is white shirt better? Try and avoid having our more important people getting hit. Or just have everybody punch and swing for the fences. Fences might be my best strategy here. Got ribbons. We're pretty unlikely to block the physical attacks. And trying to outrace Cure 4 is almost certainly going to be a big deal. 2 heal potions left. 1 for you, 1 for you. Alright, we ended up a little bit short. That bite by Tiamat was unpleasant. Move you 2 to the back. And let's go. Punching has taken us this far. Will it take us to the finish? 2,000 damage to go. Cast his first spell. We don't want to see spells here. Crack would be really good to see at the start. 300, 400. You do better damage than that, Cal. 2 spells in. This is looking grim. He's going to Cure 4 really fast here. 650. 900. Call it 1,000. But if he Cure 4s, we can't outspeed that. We need him to take something else as a turn. 1,200. Good. Punch. That saves me around. And there he goes. 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 30 seconds later. We have